Hello there, and welcome to the epilogue. This is Call of the Deadly Nightshade. This would be number 27, right?
That sounds right. It's some big number up there.
Oh, holy crap, it's been an entire year.
It
Yeah,
is.
Oh my God.
Just
like
just
a
think
year ago,
back to
you
when
guys
we
were like,
started this, and imagine pages on the calendar coming back onto and our giant beards going back into our faces. That was when we started Call of
"Nut."
the Deadly Nightshade.
I think the first one was like back in February of last year. All the Deadly Nightshade 1, Band on the Run, March 2022.
That was a whole life day ago.
I bet if you looked at the news, that they'd all the presidents of the world had tried to combat climate change. But
Yeah.
all right, how do we want to start this off? Do we want to start right back where we were on Dathomir? Because
Meanwhile, on Dathomir,
because there's a couple of things we should do immediately. Should first make sure Katira's health is stable, and I think we have Doctor Jowkazza in the house.
Yeah, I
So
can do that.
yeah, Jowkazza brought Katira to incapacitated as a status. Uh, it'd be it's like too deep. Let me see. I got this. I got charts on these things. How long this stuff takes. Every time I hit a backslash in this, it goes to a search function.
That's what she said.
She'll come to consciousness in approximately, oh wait, I'm gonna explode that. See what we get. Approximately 37 minutes. She'll come around. But Jokazza saved her at the end of the last mission, so he brought her to a stable condition, not dying immediately.
Okay. Thanks, Jowkazza. Now, who wants to turn this Rancor into a cyborg?
So yeah, for a recap, because it's been 2 weeks, might as well to get everybody kind of thinking, and for those that haven't read the doc on what they want to do or haven't pitched in ideas. You guys exited the temple after being chased around by zombies, and Kylia, also the Witch of Dathomir, also maybe other people that you heard about throughout, had arrived riding a Rancor and had Katira's unconscious body in the Rancor's hand. And you guys pretty much just kind of engaged in combat the whole time, between crawling onto the bridge, throwing mines. Thrusty um, died, and you managed to make your way through. I think Blaine killed the Rancor with a thermal detonator in the mouth, and the Rancor rolled and fell on top of a incapacitated or double wounded Kylia and killed her in the process. And then in the distance, a was that a space transport size ship? This is called the ship's name's the Pathfinder, landed a little ways away. And shortly after you killed the Rancor, actually, some starfighters um, kind of flew overhead, but kind of looked like they were sweeping the area, making sure that it was clear for landing for that transport. And that's really where we wrap things up. Um, yeah. So you guys tell me what you want to do. Go nuts.
All right. Well, with Katira stabilized, um, I mean, I want to make sure that we greet the captain of the Tapani Pathfinder and ensure that we get some of the credit for this, for Grant's rescue.
Okay. I don't
All
have.
right. Walk up
for
there.
all the. I didn't think for all the different icons for this, but I have a good picture. A off of the transport, a group of probably at least I'd say half a dozen troops off board. They're wearing armor reminiscent to very similar to stormtrooper armor, although it's a little bit bulkier, and it's I don't know. I'd say it's green. It's like a light green tint to the armor. They step off and kind of move to the side at like a parade rest as a another figure in similar armor comes off with this guy has a cape flowing behind him, and he is holding his helmet on it at his hip as he walks off, and they salute as he comes off board.
You must be the captain. Well, glad to see the end to another successful, I guess, mission between our two groups.
He will eye you with a little bit of curiosity. So you work for this Nightshade. You can address me as Sir Gilcorand.
Ah, Sir Gilcorand. I am Sir Blaine Hansom, Baron Administrator. And this is the rest of the crew.
I don't need your name. It'd be better if I don't know it, and I'm plan to forget it.
Well, that's why.
And don't bother calling yourself Sir if you don't hold the title.
Well, I have a ship. That makes me a sir.
Galaxy's going to pot. He mutters under his breath.
Is this one of your friends, Rem?
Rem, go ahead and roll your knowledge. Or anybody that thinks that they might know something or wants to know something.
Hold on, I totally forgot to have my character sheet up.
As Blaine says, and this is my crew or whatever he said. Jowkazza takes out a business card, and then as soon as the guy's like, "I don't need to know your names," he looks down at the ground and puts it back in his
I guess he just rips it up.
Is it wrong that I think Jowkazza is about to bow and hand over the card, and he realizes, wait, no. Put it back.
Hands it to him with two hands.
Gives him a little paper cut with it.
Rem, your knowledge is 3D plus 1.
3D plus 1. Yeah, just
right. Yeah, 3D plus 1. You don't have any other specialized skills on it. So.
Oops.
Straight Olin.
They see me. Oh,
no.
they hate it.
What's wrong with that command? Hold on. Isn't it just slash rolling?
No, it's /R.
/R. Or /roll.
That's why. Okay, there we go. Oh, 3D plus 1. My bad. Sorry, so 12.
Right. Oh, you definitely recognize the armor of the guards as representing House Calypsa of the Tapani sector, and as the Tapani, you know that the title Sir is given to somebody that is a knight in the Tapani sector, which is
Oh.
above the commoners. So there's knights, barons, and lords. Knights can be common born, and you can become a petty knight, but it's not super common. And anybody that is noble born can much more easily become a knight. A noble born knight, their children are automatically knights, but a petty knight, their children are just commoners still. By the bearing of the guy, you would guess that he is noble born.
Okay. Would he know me?
What house is Rem? I don't know. I don't know enough about Rem to say yes or no.
The one that starts with an M.
McEddie or
Yeah.
McFeddie?
I mean, your house colors match those troopers.
How well known is Rem within House McEddie or Massetti?
That's a good question. I don't think we ever fully sorted that out.
I mean, he's got to be like a third uncle.
You could just roll a die and see. I mean, you could just roll a die and see if he knows you.
Yeah. Let's roll a D10 and 7 and up. You're well known enough that he would know you. Is Rem a noble or noble born? Oh yeah, he definitely knows. He
Rem
would
is
know
pretty
you.
well known.
He'd know you and recognize you. Does Rem have a good reputation or a bad reputation? I don't know these things.
I think he's kind of known as like a boozer and gambler.
He must be bad if he's hanging out with us.
Yeah.
But I think
exactly.
you just also haven't been there in a while, right? And you're not.
Yes, also true.
The same.
I'm not like central to the politics, I would say.
Yeah, but based on a 10, he knows you.
You rolled a 10?
I'm well known, man.
I love it. What a great that's pretty great.
He knows that your apartment smells of leather-bound books and mahogany.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
rich mahogany.
If that's your notoriety roll, that's pretty great.
People know me.
People know me.
Big deal.
So seeing you, Rem, he will he'll come to he'll come to like a less relaxed, more firm, I don't know the right word here, stance, and he'll give a salute of recognition.
And I'm gonna look at Blaine and say, Sir Blaine.
I wasn't aware that the Privy Council had of House, how are we saying this, McEddie or Massetti? I don't know. House
how
Massetti
would you
had...
say it, Bowen?
Massetti sounds good. It sounds smoother, like Rem. Massetti.
I wasn't aware that the Privy Council of House Massetti had granted knighthood to anybody by the name of whatever it was.
Joe and Jimmy steps up to the
I
plate.
apologize.
Apology is accepted.
We're here to receive delivery. We heard that there may be trouble. Came to offer support, but it seems, he glances at the dead Rancor lying at the bridge, that the concern was overstated.
Nothing we couldn't handle.
Right, Sir Jimmy?
Right.
I trust that Lord Grant is in good health.
Hale and hearty.
Might be slightly bruised, but you know, he'll be fine.
Tis but a
Okay.
flesh wound.
You guys brought Grant. I mean, Grant came with you from the ship into the Tomb of Horrors and kind of out. He didn't offer much tactical advice while you were fighting a Rancor. But he is with you. I'll put him on the map right there.
Oh, do I need to zoom out further? I don't see anything.
Put him on the bottom of the map.
Oh, okay, yeah. I wasn't. I was zoomed in too much.
He's I mean, he's willing to go, or I mean, he'll start kind of striding forward. I don't want to do an NPC on NPC conversation here, but he was expecting to be delivered to the Tapani.
Yep. I'm not even gonna try to shake his hand because I feel he would reject it immediately. But he would roll 10 in your notoriety. Even if he says nothing to Rim, he knows who Rim is at this point. I think I made a joke a couple missions back. He's your least favorite nephew, or you're his least favorite nephew.
Yep.
But I mean, he would know who you are. I don't know if he'd make a comment, but I don't think he would shake Blaine's hand, and he definitely wouldn't shake Jimmy's hand. Sorry, Jimmy.
But Sir Jimmy?
Sir Jimmy's hands would probably be dirty, given that he did try to resuscitate both whatchamacallit, Katira. So I wouldn't be surprised if his hands weren't in the cleanest of shape, having applied a med pack and trying to.
They're a bit furry and matted, you know.
Not the best shape he's ever been in.
I always make it a point never to shake a matted furry hand.
We all know those hands have been touching junk.
Whoa. Accurate.
Grant will, despite all of that, he will nod to Blaine and to the knight and basically give his well, I assure you, Sir Karand, that I was in more capable hands than you might suspect. And he'll move forward. I see that House Calypsa is who offered the transport off planet. This should be interesting. It'll be good to be home.
I'm gonna nod like that gif of that mountain man when he you know what I'm talking about? When he says you have more capable hands. You know that gif that I'm talking about? It's like that blonde.
The slow nod gif of this
Yes.
woman, where it slowly zooms in with a very ever so slightly nod, like Jeremiah something, whatever his name is, as a character.
That's exactly it. If anyone was gonna get it, it was gonna be you, Jimmy. I mean, well, I guess Chris, but you know.
I know my memes and my gifs.
And so, Rem, you would know that Octavian Grant is from House Massetti, and House Calypsa is a major ally to House Massetti.
Okay.
You would also know that Octavian Grant was the pride of the Tapani sector, and that there are, I don't know, there's like political intrigue and kind of their allies, but it'd be not. House Massetti is the high house in the Tapani sector right now, and they, like it would benefit House Calypsa if they would be able to utilize Octavian Grant, especially against some of the major minor players. They might be able to move themselves up from ally to the high power to a higher power in that kind of argument. So that's his surprise being, I'm being picked up by an ally, but they're probably not going to deliver me to my house, right?
Oh, so.
But I think that's actually really interesting for you, Rim, because, and I mean, I assume they're walking away, I'll go over to Rem and say, hey, if they're taking them to if they're taking Grant to House Calypsa, one, we have you as a witness of all this, and two, House Calypsa can't take all the credit because you could have someone else from House Massetti have aided his rescue, which, if you were ever to try to squeeze your family for more credits, this would be the card to pull.
I like the way you think, Blaine.
Let's make some money.
They're having a brief whispered conversation at the boarding ramp. What do you guys want to do as they're kind of discussing things, or
I want to know how they showed up so quickly.
How long has it been? Haven't been long enough. Do you want to ask them?
Yeah, I mean, Bota would probably say, like, seems like you showed up pretty quickly after the firefight started. What tipped you off?
He puts up a hand to you as he's listening to Octavian Grant speak. Nods. We received a distress call from the same ship that originally made offer to us for Lord Grant's retrieval. And they gave us a location some days ago. We were dispatched from Bota, go ahead and roll, or anybody. Well, no, nobody would really know. We were dispatched to avoid raising suspicion, and we were close by. But it was it's been. You guys have been on the planet for a little bit. Callan would know you guys have been on the planet for. I mean, it takes time to traverse the galaxy, even across hyperspace. It's been several days since you guys first landed on the planet. And so, yeah.
So
that makes sense.
Somebody tipped him off when we were still not even on this site.
That's correct. Are you unhappy with your rescue?
I'm going to butt in here before this gets too far and say, you might want to excuse our tempers a little bit. We've had to deal with a traitor in our midst. I'm going to flash if I have any sort of picture of Ian and say,
Do you have what picture do you have of Ian?
Oh, hey, Jawa Jimmy, you record this
Family
with your
photo.
Cyclops eye, right? Okay, Jawa Jimmy, draw his picture in the sand. If you see this,
Have you seen this man before?
Point to him where he touched you.
All right. We've had a traitor in our midst. I thought we had a picture of him. We don't have a picture apparently. We'll send you a picture of him. But keep an eye out. He's deadly, and he may try to, he may try to cause havoc. Just keep an eye out. I don't think it'll be a problem for you, but we'd appreciate it if you see anything about this guy and give us a heads up. Jawa Jimmy, if you could send a picture somehow, we'd appreciate it. Anyways, that's why my friend's a little testy. No one likes being betrayed, but thankfully we're all friends here. We're all friends
What
here
are
now.
How would you be? Where? I mean, you can try and figure out on the backside how you might look for a picture or have a picture of Ian or have gotten something.
Would Sparky have it? I wouldn't.
Yeah.
I mean, do you just, does Sparky just record everything that he's doing all the time?
Probably not.
Sparky spent a lot of time with Ion on his own. Who knows what he did?
This is true.
I kind of remember him hanging back in the caves talking to Sparky about something.
He certainly did talk to Sparky about some things. He was interested in a murder astromech.
Who isn't? Sparky is hot right now.
We got the flame on him.
He's got the blue flames. That's right.
Sparky is also still on the transport ship further away.
Yeah, we should take care of that, everyone. Anyway, if nobody has a picture of this guy, does nobody have a picture? I feel like it's Family Guy, but they don't have the joke that they're making, and they're not cutting to anything. You're just sort of standing there, like, wait, what? We don't have that clip. Okay.
I'm trying to think how, I mean, you got to give me a way or a reason that you would, I mean, like R2D2 is recording intentionally Leia at the beginning of New Hope, and I'm like, it doesn't seem that they're just constantly filming,
Yeah, I would say. Well, if you see someone that looks like her over there, but with
blue hair
and a man, watch out for him.
Maybe dressed like a woman though.
He's got a droid with him. Anyways, they really made the journey to get Grant here all the harder, but we persevered in the end, so it doesn't matter. But we would appreciate it if you just kept your eyes open and immediately arrested them on sight if you saw them.
I'm sure that we will keep an eye out for someone looking like her, but a man with shorter hair.
I'm going to choose to ignore any sarcasm there, and Blaine will just nod and walk away, because we should get back to our ship and make sure he's not stealing anything.
That guy. Sir Karand will gesture to some of his 4 of his guards to escort Octavian Grant onto the ship, and he will approach you after he departs. And he glances at Rem. Sir Chanceux, I cannot help but acknowledge the fact that your presence here does make things a bit more complicated.
As often my presence does.
I like your little stinker laugh.
I'm sure I can trust you to safely return Octavian to where he belongs.
House Calypso will be reaching out to ascertain how the situation might best be handled. And with your reputation from House Massetti thoroughly tarnished, I suppose that moving into the good graces of another house might be something you'd be interested in.
Now, where did you hear my reputation was tarnished?
Where have I not heard that your reputation has been tarnished?
Touche.
Well, if you know my reputation, I'm always interested in a good deal.
And if your friends are interested in a real title, maybe we can arrange for a good deal amongst all of us.
My friends aren't interested in titles, only cash. Oh, sorry, credits.
Titles bring money. And he'll turn to walk away.
So, are we all good with him just taking the Octavian Grant with him?
You know, I kind of think that we're all exhausted. I honestly...
I just need a break from all this craziness.
I think that there was a point maybe 10 missions ago where I'm like, I think we're doing the wrong thing. But I think we got to a point where it's like, where our characters probably at this point, we've stayed awake maybe 24 hours. A lot of our characters were imprisoned in a ship in really bad conditions, and then we had to fight for like the last 6 hours. I think we're kind of at a point where it's like, maybe we shouldn't have accepted this job in the first place. And now that we're here at the finish line, it's like we're too tired. Like, I think Blaine's at a point where he's probably
getting too old for this shit.
I think he's just too tired to, just ready to take a break. I honestly don't know if we did the right thing here. I think Blaine's conscience is like, do we do the right thing? I don't know if we did, but maybe.
Hey, he's walking away. You could shoot him in the back if you want.
So, do we have any?
You're his least favorite nephew.
Do we have any inkling of whether or not the New Republic has been tipped off on our location in this happening?
Let's get back to the ships.
Or hey, we could tip off the Republic ourselves.
And about ourselves?
No, about the
Guess
transport leaving with sorry.
It's like Bota Z. Guess what I did? I'm the guildmaster of the New Republic Bounty Hunters Guild. And guess what I did? One of the worst crimes in the New Republic. I'm putting a bounty on my own head. Try and catch me.
I'm talking about tipping off that they're leaving with Octavian.
The new highest bounty in the New Republic would probably be for Octavian Grant.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't even get paid for it.
Callan, how much does Callan pay attention to the news, do you think?
Not at all.
All right.
I mean, he until like a year ago, he was frozen in carbonite for a while. We don't even.
Yeah, that's true.
We never determined, and then he spent most of the other time drinking.
Yeah.
Well, maybe he had to catch up on the news just so he knew what he was living in after being frozen for a year.
I don't know. Why don't you just roll? But I would think
I think you're right. I think that Chris Peterson would probably say that Callan doesn't pay attention to the news either. What do you guys want to do?
All right, let's get back to the ships and see if we can scan the planet for life forms. And then also, let's try to fix the other ship.
So, there...
Uh,
Wait, are we really not tipping off the New Republic about Octavian Grant leaving?
Well, here's the thing. Wait, so here's the other side of the coin. There is a... Okay, let's talk about it as we walk away. Right? Because we're not going to obviously call the New Republic in front of everyone. So we're going to walk back to the ship. So let's talk about it on the way. Walk and talk.
Okay.
All right. So here's the other side of the coin.
You guys are also, on a side note, as you're walking and talking, it's a little ways to, although there are two small transports, not cloud cars. What are they called?
Just smells like singed Rancor.
This should be closer to it.
Oh yeah,
give you a little bit wider view.
My two land speeders.
Yeah. there's two land speeders that are closer to this luxury 5,000 yacht. But you guys are carrying Katira unconscious, Drew still like she's seems like she's doing well. She's more like asleep now than she had been before. And I would presume that you're carrying the body of Thrusty, unless Rusty wants to just leave him there, which I can't do. I can't have Crispy do it when he's not here. But that decision would not have surprised me if he had done that. So
I think what he
Do we
might
ever
do is we might, as we fly away, he just drops him out of the ship. But yeah,
do we ever find, what was it, Hella, or the other
Hella.
person, the other
No.
Dathomir witch
No,
who
no, you did not.
we could try to look for her, but I wouldn't suggest it.
Were the people in the cave actually the people that we saw, or was that more like
Sixth Sense?
Huh?
The Sixth Sense.
Sorry, I was thinking of Sixth Sense.
Do you
Ghost.
do you want to go in and take a closer look at anybody, or
Yeah.
okay? I can change maps for it anyways, but
Because if you remember, we ended the mission before the last mission with me holding down Dennis's dad, but I very specifically did not kill him.
yeah, that was this guy right here. Who do you want to, or what do you want to do? You can take a look around at the bodies. It's quiet in here.
Well, I want to know now that the witch, whatever, is dead, if they still look like who we knew them to be.
And are they still dead?
On a visual, they look the same as they did before. Some of them are a bit more,
Deader?
even more bloodied, even deader than the last time you saw them. But yeah,
Let's go back
you
to
you can roll a medicine check if you want to do anything. You want to look for anything specific.
No. Let's go back to the ship.
All right, they
But-
certainly look like them.
Were they all dead? Do we know that they're all dead? Can we just walk back through it as we talk? I mean, we got to go back
Yeah.
this way anyway, unless we take the speeders.
Well, it was back into the main temple right here. And
I mean, no, we know that they're not all dead.
Well, let's save the people that are. Let's have someone pilot the speeders to the front. Let's walk through it and pick up anyone who is, not dead.
Well, they're not dead, but they're not dead either. They're undead.
they're all of
Is
them
that
are
your professional opinion,
currently-
Doctor?
everything in here is currently lifeless corpses.
What? Even Big Tuna? They were alive. We were just talking to them.
If you go and inspect Big Tuna and Alalon, you find their bodies are like mangled. Like when the dead rose, they just were told to kind of kill the living, it seems, and their bodies are just ravaged.
All right. Well, this was a much more depressing walk and talk than I thought, since none of them are alive. Okay. Well, let's get out of here.
And Blaine, you weren't here, but for others, you may recall that when everything first started, you heard their screaming deeper in the building.
Yep.
And it was really only that Rusty was right next to his brother that he was able to fight off the dead bodies next to his brother to keep him from being killed.
Oh, I thought they were the ones screaming.
Thrusty
No,
was
they
screaming.
were women screams. You heard, basically, you guys heard Alalon and Big Tuna be murdered.
Well, that's horrible. Well,
Lots of holla.
well, I forgot what I was going to talk about. Oh, okay. So what I was saying here was that we most of us here know that there is a big imperial threat still lurking out in the galaxy. The New Republic has sworn that they won the war against the Empire, But we know that there is Admiral Dala out there who has a super star destroyer lurking. She's been out there for about a year building her forces. So one of the things that we knew was never going to happen was the last Grand Admiral, Octavian Grant, fighting against her. They wouldn't let him fight against Thrawn. They weren't going to let him fight against Dala. So if there is a flip side to this, we could have a very experienced military leader in charge of a sector that could protect itself and potentially fight against Dala. At least that's what I'm going to tell myself to justify this, because I'm still not sure we did the right thing, but there's a chance that we gave somebody the option to do the right thing. And that's got to be good enough for now, I think. Now, did someone steal our ships?
Well, the Luxury 5000 is still there, although you will not find AT-88 on it any longer.
Yeah, we know. I want my money back.
Sparky will warble off something about some components that are missing as he's rolling through the ship, looking in each area.
The Source Sub Luxury 5000?
Yeah.
All right, Jimmy. I think it's you and I are gonna fix the ship.
Go ahead and roll your yeah. So Sparky's talking about parts that are missing and looking about the ship as if he thinks that they might be there. I mean, they could be wherever. Yeah, you guys can tell me what you want to do with it.
Well, I mean,
or
I'll
not.
definitely listen to Sparky.
Yeah, let's see if we can find would that be a search looking for the parts?
Yeah, it'd be a search.
Okay.
Well, I'm not a very good searcher. Who's got?
Where did this ship come from?
Say again?
Is this the ship that we came in on, or is it this different?
This is the ship you guys arrived on, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know that we were working on it before.
Well, you're talking about working on it. Singing, I want to say, outside the ship when you got attacked by the guards.
Is that when Jowkazza started singing songs and we got shot at?
Yeah.
Old Wookiee Canadian songs.
Wookiee yodeling?
Songs about the Northern Passageways, I think.
Northwest Passage.
Yeah, that's it.
I thought we left somebody on the ship to watch it and try to do repairs.
Yeah.
Sparky, Bota, do you speak binary?
No.
Not fluently.
Jimmy, you hear Sparky snap back at Bota something about, yeah, you left me to do both those things. That's why I didn't accomplish either.
There we go.
I like you, droid. You crazy.
I knew you need you for some reason.
You talk sense.
I'll tell Bota. Yeah, Sparky, he was doing double duty. As you could tell, he did that one well. You're welcome.
And so now we're stuck here with this broken ship still. And
Jimmy, go ahead and roll your strength for me.
The biggest bounty I've ever gotten walking away from us.
It's got to roll strength. This is not boding well.
You gonna arm wrestle Sparky?
Strength plus your just strength. Probably not 326. Just guessing.
I was like, that don't work too well.
I was gonna say we found the new Jawa king.
5.
Oh,
there we go.
You feel a sharp jolt in your back as Sparky shocks you with his arc welder when you say that he didn't do anything well. He rolled an 8.
At least he didn't
When
hit
you
you with
rolled
the
a 5, I
buzzsaw.
was worried he might actually hurt you.
I'm
Rolled a 5 and
sorry.
a 3.
What I meant to say was he did the best he could.
Jimmy, you need to get that droid under control.
I
He's
feel
gonna
like
kill
as you say that, Sparky's arc welder is pointed toward Bota.
I'm
As you say
gonna toss you a restraining bolt.
But
just to rattle Sparky's servos.
Sparky's dome turns slowly towards Bota and just locks on him for a minute as he continues to roll forward on the ship, and then
Yeah,
turns slowly back.
Keep on rolling, Sparky. Keep on rolling.
Anybody that wants to search with Sparky can.
Yeah, who has a good search? I only have 3d6, which is barely anything.
Can
Sparky
anyone
has
see here?
So you said
Sparky
there
has a
was some.
1d6, so.
You said there was some repulsor lifts or something around us.
All right,
There's there's 2 land speeders nearby.
those are
I
my
read
land
12 a
speeders.
search.
Okay. If you want, so searching about the ship, Jimmy, it'll take you about let's do this. Think about 13 minutes or so, and then you find the main. You come to one door that is locked. The rest of the ship, it's interesting as you're looking about the ship. You find that a lot of it, a larger amount than you would have expected for a ship this size, is storage. It looks actually like 1 or 2 of the guest rooms, for lack of better terms. This is a luxury yacht. Have actually been converted into storage space as well. And then you come upon a door that is locked.
Oh.
Oh, and I lost Jawa Jimmy.
He got by one of those doors.
Right when I was going to tell him to roll security. Where did I lose you, Chris?
Sorry, you said Sparky was going to, and then I lost you after that. Sorry, my headset died.
Oh, Sparky was going to. You're searching about the ship with Sparky. It'll take you about 13 minutes. You notice that more of the ship is storage space than you would expect for a ship this size and this fancy from the outside. And I mean, you guys have all seen. This is a luxury yacht, a real luxury yacht.
Hey,
And
what are you saying about these other luxury yachts we own?
I mean, it's there's the yachts in the San Leandro Marina, and then there's the yachts in Sausalito, right? This is a Sausalito yacht, but more of it is storage than you would expect. And after about 13 minutes searching through, you do find one door that is locked.
I will pick said lock.
That is, go ahead and roll me your security. Oh wow. I thought very difficult was going to be very difficult, but apparently not when you roll 4 6s.
Holy crap.
Oh my gosh.
Jimmy, it's almost like this lock. It's like you designed this lock, even though you've never seen it before, and you just make it look easy as you burn right through it and open up the door into what looks like the master suite of the ship. Large, well furnished, gaudy, even like it's meant to impress. If you brought someone in, you wouldn't show them all the storage space. You would bring them to the master suite, and it is at your disposal. There's a large 4-poster bed that dominates a good portion of it. A walk-in closet space. Sorry, let me pull this up real quick for myself. Off to the side, there is a like a small fresher room. What appears to be an area where you would be able to, like a spa space where you would have a sauna and a massage table set up. And general just generally luxurious space within this ship.
I picture Joe and Jimmy claiming this. This is my room. Everyone else can fend for themselves.
What are the posters of?
There's no posters on the wall.
Posters of Hitler.
Four posters.
Yeah,
Four
you
poster
said there's a 4-poster bed, so it's
You're
like
killing me.
Michael Jordan from Space Jam, probably like Shakira.
No, there's Michael Jordan from the Bulls, Michael Jordan from Space Jam, Michael Jordan from the White Sox, and Michael Jordan as the owner of the Charlotte Hornets. Just all Michael Jordan.
Joe and Jimmy's like,
I was like,
yep, this is my room. Yep.
Is it? I felt Josh would be like, garbage. Where's the junk? The treasure should be here.
As he rips down the posters looking for valuables, hoping there is a hidden passageway of goods. What is this, Shawshank, Jimmy? You never know.
Looking about, you can also notice that much like the other spaces were kind of converted into storage to make for more, this is actually a portion of the ship that has been modified. You know, having been to other areas of the ship, you can tell that this is also a modified area to make it larger, to make, and you know, fancier and connected in ways that it normally wouldn't be. If you had ever looked at the floor plans of the ship, you would know that it's been adjusted to kind of add the spa room onto this rather than be something for general use for anybody on the ship and so on and so forth.
Great. Jimmy, you want to see maybe if they are there any pictures of them and like any personal effects? I think your droid was saying there's missing things. Maybe the missing things are here. I don't know. I'm going to try to look under the hood and see if there's anything wrong mechanically.
Sounds good. I think it's just the room. Is that would be another role for searching, or would that be something else?
Yeah, so if you want to search this room, or if you wanted to, I think Blaine was intimating about like if you wanted to slice into the ship's computer or anything like that.
Yeah, let's look at any logs of anything about the previous owner.
Okay.
Blaine.
Blaine would roll for this.
8d6. What do we got here?
Blaine,
another 27.
Oh, goodness gracious. Okay, so bringing up the ship's computer, you notice that the holo terminal actually is an encrypted holo terminal, meaning that it has a special band that it can communicate on that wouldn't be something you'd be able to tap into normally from outside the ship.
Oh, that's expensive.
The ship plans give a little bit more detail of the modifications to you can see like the original floor plan and some adjustments you'd have to roll something beyond just your slicing to get a better feel for what all that means, but it shows some of the modifications in there. The Navicomputer itself looks like it is recently wiped, and with a 27, you'd also notice that it has a protocol written into it to wipe the Navicomputer under a variety of different parameters, from time to number of jumps to distance traveled and things along those lines. It is a ship with a dual transponder. The transponders are the Jorus 3, Jourus 3.
Ooh.
and the Gideon. Registration for the ship shows Ando Snops. And
Wait, say that again?
it is
Snops?
Ando Snops. ANDO.
Yep. Snops, just like it sounds.
And it is registered from the planet Bortros.
Is there any security system I can find about cameras or any kind of footage? You mentioned that the navigation was wiped, but is there any kind of local security close circuit camera system that we can use to help identify Ian? It's a luxury ship, right? So that wouldn't be too unusual to have security cameras, right?
Well, but we couldn't use everything last time because, like, the engines weren't working, right?
The engines weren't working, but it doesn't mean the security system wasn't working.
Go ahead and roll your computer programming for that.
Sure.
Blaine, what do you want to roll to look about the ship, like under the hood or anything along those lines?
I kind of want to roll repair. Like, I kind of want to open things up and be like, okay, like, what needs to be fixed here?
Okay.
25. To see if there's any kind of local security camera.
You find protocols in there, like in the base protocol for the ship that, or the base kind of programming that would allow for there to be cameras. The cameras that most of the cameras, let's put it that way, most of the cameras are, they actually report that there's no hardware there. You know, like it's not receiving anything back, except for in control of the ship, the bridge, for lack of a better term. And roll me a d6. We'll say odds is a yes and evens is a no to this.
Whoops, did that not work? What did I do wrong here? Oops, other way around.
This is gonna be a wild night. I can't roll anything for me, so people are gonna have to either roll for me or I roll outside this. Keep going, Jimmy, but we'll figure it out.
Yeah, just tell them what to roll, Blaine. Yeah, it looks like there would even normally be hallways in like the passageways, but they have been removed as well on this ship. So you just have the bridge, and oddly enough, you actually realize now as you're pulling it up, there are cameras throughout the main room that do have their own recording protocol.
Can I do a search to see if Ian shows up on any of those?
Go ahead.
3D.
Oh, and Jimmy.
Oh, and a while.
What if it was recording?
So that is a total of 15 to the search. See if Ian's on any of those cameras.
You're able to pull up the bridge easily enough, and you can see the collective group that brought you in.
The collective.
Roll. But you're unable to find. Well, this is you're doing this in the computer. I mean, but everything can't be super easy because you're really good at computer program repair, right? I don't know. No, you could roll a computer. You rolled really high on your initial in. You pull up the cameras on the wardroom. They are a manual protocol, and you turn it on, and then you quickly turn it off when you realize that it is that there's not too many of these, but it is a recording of any time that this individual brings someone into their personal quarters.
Oh, gross.
He's gross.
You're in Dennis from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia's room.
So what I just saw was nothing of value. Wah, wah, wah.
Unless you have anything more specific you want to search for in there.
Uh,
Kind of cursory gaze, you know.
Are there any valuables in general that would be useful for us to have as far as either weapons or any kind of jewelry for that could be sold for credits? Is there anything of that nature in the room that we could see? Or I could see as Joe and Jimmy?
And as I know, everybody's here. If Rem or Jowkazza or Bota or Blaine wants to do something as well, I mean, I'm giving Jimmy stuff to roll for, but you can tell me what you want.
So on roll 5d6 plus 2 for me, for my repairs, because I'm out.
5d6
I'm looking under
plus
the
2?
Yep, 5d6 plus 2.
All right.
With the wild in there.
21.
That's me, just digging underneath the hood.
Blaine, you see that there's some power couplings for the main engines that have been actually physically removed from the engine. That's what Sparky's actually been looking about for on the ship. Jimmy, roll me a search in that area. Look for anything.
Look for some power couplings. This is what Sparky's been trying to tell us.
A 9? The search in that area?
I mean, you just doing you don't seem like you're kind of like a little bit creeped out in the space, but you do actually notice off Blaine's comm is sitting in the walk-in closet. You find the power couplings themselves.
Oh, nice.
It's a, you feel like you looked around. Rem, Jowkazza?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would do a search, but not for anything like technical. Probably for something that more like, valuable. Anything I could sell, maybe something of that nature, or use.
Okay. What happened to Bota? Is he off for the night? Did I miss something?
I don't know.
No. Okay, go ahead and roll a search, Rem. Okay, so 18, and you're looking for something that you can use?
Yeah, either something of value or something I could use.
Oh, okay. With an 18, whereabouts on the ship are you with Jimmy in the wardroom? Where do you want to look about on the ship? Blaine, you also notice that the ship, as you're looking, kind of giving it a check under the hood and everything, you recognize that the ship has been modified to accept an alternate fuel source, but it's not clear what that fuel source would be. It just you can tell that there's kind of like a separate, or like maybe an unrefined coaxium, or you're not sure exactly what it might be, but there's modifications on it to run on a separate fuel tank.
Tal was here.
Rem, looking about, you give a better look into the room. You find some things that disturb you between it being somebody's personal room, that they obviously have some issues if they're recording things going on in there, but you find
and then you remember you're friends with the guy who admitted Galaxy Girls Gone Wild. Wait a second. Sitting on a gold mine here.
You find some fine jewelry. The clothes in the closet are actually really high quality and very expensive as well. There is a stash of credits. Go ahead and roll me a 1d20, Rem.
A d20.
Yeah.
Yikes.
There's about 5,000 credits in one of the side drawers.
Nice.
Some fine jewelry, like watches, necklaces, wristbands, even just gaudy pieces that somebody might wear. There's a couple monograms.
Is there any does any of the clothing look like something Rem would wear? Is there a way I could roll for like style alignment?
I do like that you're like, these are fancy clothes, but are they the style?
Are they me fancy?
But I also maybe you could tell where it's from. These could be Carillion fancy clothes. These could be Alderaanian fancy clothes.
Roll me. I mean, you tell me what Rem's style is. The clothes themselves look like they're much too large for Rem. It looks like the owner is probably a more rotund individual.
That was my next thing. Okay, then I'm not going to stress about whether they.
I mean, they could be tailored, you know.
He could be just
I think Rem's a little too busy to get something tailored at the moment, but I guess sure. Sorry, what did you want me to roll to see if it matches the style or what kind?
So there's a variety. There's some very formal wear things that go ahead and roll your. I mean, how familiar is Rem with the New Republic versus the Tapani?
That's another good question that I probably know the answer to. I think he fought in the Back to Wars. Does that help?
Is the Back to Wars just Tapani, or is that New Republic?
That was
Blaine, do you know?
New Republic.
He's notoriety within the New Republic government for a little maneuver he did on Typhera during the Back to Wars, which has earned him a bounty in the NRBHG.
So he's probably not as familiar with the New Republic as he is with the Tapani. Is that because was that Republic v Tapani there, Blaine?
So Typhera was one of the major Bacta producers, and there was a huge war over. So they created a virus to raise the need for Bacta. So I mean, I think. Yeah, I'm just saying. I think probably Rem, you're probably less familiar with the New Republic than you're somewhat familiar.
There's some fancier pieces. There's certainly items with a New Republic crest on them. There's some items with some other crests on them. You could roll a knowledge if you wanted to identify them. There's some items that look like they'd be used in like high state affairs, like very nice clothing. Go ahead and roll me a knowledge, see if you recognize anything here. The New Republic symbol's fairly ubiquitous, but Jowkazza, anything you want to do? You take a look at it, nothing that's your sector of the galaxy. Let's put it that way, that you pick up on right there.
All right. Okay.
But I mean, they look like formal, like state affair clothes. Especially some of the New Republic items look like they're like governmental even.
And Bota's back. We're just exploring the ship.
On the other logo, just to describe it to you, looks. See here, if I can find this. If this is the right symbol or not, I'm not sure. Just want to make sure. The one I'm thinking of, although I might, if I'm completely wrong later, I'll have to correct myself. But other people might be able to identify it. Looks very similar to the Imperial cog, but it looks more like it's the Imperial cog with a wreath below it, wrapping around the sides of it. But you're unable to recognize it specifically.
Okay.
So, Bota, to catch you up, Jimmy found some things in the computer. I don't remember. Jimmy, were you looking for anything else specific within there? I don't think so.
And hey, write down if you find things, write them down. I mean, I know I'm recording it, but we don't always, I don't always go back and listen to everything, so.
Blaine, looking under the hood, found that there were some power couplings missing that Jimmy was able to locate. Blaine also noticed that it looks like there's a separate, like a separate fuel source intake that could be utilized by the ship. Jimmy found kind of some changes to the ship's plans, but without more of an engineering background, he's unable to really know exactly what they all mean. And Rem found some valuables within there. With some logo, some New Republic insignia and some insignias that he didn't quite recognize.
Yeah, we also try to tap into the security system to see if there's anything of value from the recordings of the internal cameras. And Jawa Jamie didn't find anything useful. And there goes Bota.
And he's back.
Again? Are you back?
He's back.
Hello?
Jimmy, roll me Jimmy's knowledge here. Or I'm trying to think what a good one here would be. Because there's something you're missing, and I don't want to ruin it for you guys, because I know what you're looking for.
Trying to connect to my.
Use your eye.
Sorry.
Luke. Bota.
Yeah, I mean, you haven't found any recordings interior on the ship showing anything of Ian. You haven't found any. I mean, you kind of found the power couplings for the ship. You could have diagnosed it from the ship's computer as well, that it had failed power couplings.
I had to feel the engines with my own 10 fingers.
Rem, you also find a holdout blaster, and then below that, in a separate, actually under the mattress area, you find a heavy blaster. Not even, like there's a holdout blaster, like, yeah, this is what I take off the ship, but then there's a heavy blaster in case they wanted to defend themselves more specifically. Within there. This is a 5D. Let's say 5D is a standard heavy blaster. It's just a standard heavy blaster, nothing special about it.
Sounds good. I have jotted it down.
Anybody else? Anything?
Nope. Just want to fix this bad boy and use its sensors. And if we can't, I'm just going to go to my ship and use its sensors. But I want to make sure this thing can fly.
I'm sorry, you were saying earlier, I need to roll knowledge? Sorry, I kind of missed that bit that you were mentioning earlier.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think of what a good roll would be to. There's something that you're missing. I'm just trying to think of what a good roll for it would be. As far as like, there's something in the back of your mind, like, there's something else. I just can't think of it. Just bugging you as you're looking through there. No hallway cameras. No storage cameras. Having computer wipes, like you're just like going over and over in your head, like, and then you feel like you're missing something. You just can't think of what. Bota or Jowkazza, you want to do anything? Or you want to go elsewhere? What do you want to do? You tell me.
Sorry, I just got my audio working again.
No problem.
All right, so the last thing I heard is Jawa Jimmy was able to pick the security lock on a door and get in somewhere where he wasn't able to get. And so I'm guessing then there was something in there that we needed.
Yeah, you were able to find the power couplings that repaired the ship, as well as access to a computer. I mean, and if you just to expedite things, if you went to the main, like the bridge computer, there would be less information. Like there's more stored on this personal one than there was on the bridge, if that makes sense. And he pulled up. He pulled up and was able to see the modifications to the ship, but Jimmy doesn't have the engineering expertise to really identify fully what they mean. And he found that there's security cameras on the bridge and in the personal quarters. The personal quarters were used for some lewd personal reasons by the rotund Ando Snops who owns the ship. So we got some information on the owner. It's a dual transponder ship. That it wipes its navigomputer on varying protocols on a regular or semi-regular basis. It is from the planet Botros, registered to the planet Botros.
So do we have
Botros or Bortros, Bortras?
And so do we have
I mean, you guys,
would we have to use Arcade to apply astrogation on this thing since it wipes its navigomputer?
So when I say it wipes its navigomputer, I mean that it keeps very little to no record of where it has been, like where its destinations have been throughout the galaxy.
Yeah, I say, hey guys, give me those things you found, and we'll take the ship back to Cloud City, and we'll keep searching it. But let's use our sensors to see if we can find Ian and AT-88. Right? That'll fix this ship. Someone can fly this ship back to Cloud City. I'll fly my ship to Cloud City, and we can keep it going there. Well, we'll have.
Yeah, is this thing deep space and hyperspeed worthy again?
Yeah, I mean, to kind of like expedite it, looks like it should be. I mean, Blaine does a once over on it. He ran a repair on it. The only thing that really found that seemed wrong with it was
as he jumps into his ship and we all are left behind.
I'm flying my ship, guys. You have this one.
It looks good. See you later.
I mean, it looks like all that was wrong with it was the missing power couplings. Yeah, I mean, it seems space worthy.
All right, let's do it.
Repairs.
We could limp this thing back to Cloud City and then figure out the rest of it later.
Yeah, Bota, you're actually a really good transport pilot, if I remember correctly.
I think you're right. It's the one thing I do know how to fly.
Anybody, tell me, so from you guys leaving the ship, how long do you think it's been? So it was coming to nightfall as you guys were exiting the ship. Do you think it's the middle of the night, middle of the day? Like where are you at on time?
I think thematically the sun's coming up.
Okay.
Thematically, yes. We've seen the new dawn. And so have we seen Octavian Grant and his rescuer basically leave planet yet, or are they still just kind of like prepping their ship?
No, spending time repairing the ship and walking about it, they will have departed after about 30 minutes or so. They do all their pre-checks and a debrief and things along those lines. A short debrief coming on the
So it's just like that, huh? We don't like keep any tabs or anything like that on where they're going or what they're doing or anything.
They didn't seem to want to know too much about you, and they actually seemed to intimate that it was better that they not know too much about you. And but they did recognize Rem, and so they knew that they would have a means of being in touch if they needed to.
Do we have any way of verifying that the what was his name? The Sir
Octavian Grant?
No.
Yeah. Do we have any way of like seeing like did he have like a signet or anything like that would like verify his identity?
Sir Gil Karan of the
Gil Karan.
I mean, Rem would recognize the ship, or not the ship specifically, but he would recognize the general garb and everything going on as House Calypso.
Is there a way for us to like capture that ship's transponder code so we can keep it like on a registry somewhere in case we want to try to trace it or track it?
I'll go slightly back in time for Bota, and because like with everybody else doing everything, no. But if that's what Bota wanted to do immediately,
so just I'm thinking out loud as we've obviously come across our fair share of changelings over our years of playing. If this was a sham way of like extraditing this general and playing it up as it's a Pawnee sector type noble effort, it seemed like it would go over real easy and nobody would ask for him any questions. It all seemed to fall into place. So I just Bota's like cynical side just comes out always when there's things that move too easily through storylines. So
yeah. Go ahead and roll your. Well, you gotta bring. Let me think. How long did it take to bring ship online? Not very long. Go ahead and roll your. I guess it'd be sensors to try and pull information off the ship. Any transponders, things like that.
no boy.
Oh, normally you have to like send off your ship's information, right? Registration information. That's what we found out in the Mandalorian.
Yeah.
It does change things because normally your ship just. The original lore was your ship vibrates a certain frequency and people could just pick it up.
Okay. I don't think I would ever be able to roll sensors, so I'd have to come up with something more creative than that on the fly. And I wouldn't have enough time anyway to get to our ship and get it running with the power couplings and everything in order to run sensors. So I'm gonna try to do something more.
You could ask me. Blaine's already at the sensors trying to look for iron.
Oh, that's true. So I'm gonna be like Blaine.
Well, Blaine, you went to go take a look at like repairing the ship.
Oh, this is flashing back. Okay.
Yeah, we had a quick flashback for Bota because he had no comms or no ability to talk for a little bit there.
So I'm gonna go like straight old school and just see if I can throw something on their ship as some type of track.
Does Bota keep any tracking items on him?
We bought a bunch before.
You did buy a bunch.
Remember?
Yeah. Even if I had nothing but like a droid collar, I would just throw a droid restraining bolt on it. Or
okay.
make some kind of mark on the ship that I would recognize if it, or figure out a way to like read its heat signature or something. If I use my bionic eye and I scan the hull of the ship, is there any kind of like imperfections that I can see just like with the heat signature of the ship itself?
You don't see any imperfections, but scanning the ship, you do see a. Man, why can't I find this? I have this pulled up somewhere. I'm gonna give a good description here for you. That it is a kind of a bland ship, but there is a design painted onto it that looks like a planet in the center with almost scrollwork sprawling out from the sides, an actual like scroll, like old school scroll, arcing above the top, and like a flaming flowery, more like vine kind of design moving from the top of the planet and out the bottom of the planet.
So is it kind of like a crest?
Like a crest, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Bota would try to make a mental picture of that at least, or something, so that I could try to like recognize it or pull it out of the lineup later on.
That's easy enough.
All right. Fair enough. So we're at a place where we can get the ship to be flight ready here. The power couplings are back installed.
Mm-hmm.
Sublights fire. So we can drop Blaine at his ship and we don't see anything from the scanners or sensors for Ion.
Well, enough time has passed at this point. yeah, enough time's passed in real life and in game time, we'll say. Katira kind of comes to, as if you're trying to depart. Wait, how long's it been? It's been a whole day, has it?
Depends on when you went out.
Well, that's great. Oh, my Griffin ship. I told it to leave if I wasn't back in a day.
I heard an Irish accent. Do we find Ian?
No, Katira comes to, and she kind of comments that if she told her ship to leave if she wasn't back within a certain time frame.
Yeah, I think it's been that time frame. I don't see any other ship around here.
Then land here. But she's kind of, let me roll even she's okay. Oh, she's not. Oh yeah, she passes back out. She is not in a, she's slowly recovering, but she's groggy and kind of like in and out. So
all right, Blaine, I guess we better scan for her ship as well then.
Finally, my my set base 7D and sensors is paying off.
So
always needed a reason to use
Callan can lead Blaine, and whoever else wants to go with Blaine back to the Jinx Starhawk. Bota, you can bring this ship online. It seems like it'll come online and functional well enough. Jimmy, what was that roll for?
Hey,
and Rem, do you want to do anything else?
And
that was the sensor roll for Blaine.
Oh, okay.
Bota, if you want to borrow R3 as an astromech droid.
Yes, please.
But Jimmy is also really good at flying, just straight out the gate, so he can help too. But yeah, you can borrow R3.
I just want to make sure we plot a good hyperspace astrogation.
Yeah. R3
can
help you.
I'm trying to think time here. Okay, so who's on the Jinx Starhawk and who's on this other ship? I guess Bota, Blaine, and Callan are on the Jinx Starhawk. I'll say Rusty's with Bota, just to split up Crispy's people. Where do you want to go, Rem and Jimmy?
No, I would be on the. I would not be on the Jinx Starhawk. I would be on the other ship.
You're on the luxury yacht with with Rusty.
I'd play in the luxury yacht with Jawa Jimmy. Sorry, with Sparky.
He's with himself.
Wait, a luxury yacht definitely sounds like Rem style.
Yeah, so Rem is still sifting through the clothes, hoping to find something that fits him.
He's still pilfering the clothes in the back.
All right.
Just slowly running his hands over like the velvet. Oh man, this thing is amazing.
I presume that you guys brought Katira onto the yacht because that was the first ship you went to.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I don't know if you'd transport her else from off there, so we'll leave the unconscious
closets for her.
Plenty of storage closets. Okay. So you guys can take off with that well enough.
So Blaine, are you gonna try to scan for Katira's ship?
Yeah, Jimmy rolled a 26 for me.
All right.
What I'm trying to do, well, no, I was trying to scan for humanoid life signs within like the nearest 1,000 kilometers, I think, which is what the space squares are.
So, okay. The Jinx Starhawk pulls up. You go into, I presume, stratosphere and out above the planet, or are you?
I would say before we exit the area, like the sensors that I'm using are the focus, the scan, which I know I've got to be somewhat close to, so I don't want to go too far, but I do want to get off the ground and sort of scan the area.
Okay.
So like 1,000, go up and then start scanning about I think it goes like 1,000 kilometers to see if I can find humanoid signatures.
So, let's. Okay, so as you pull up, you actually you do catch human signatures, but there seem to be life form. Well, I mean, there's life forms that you're kind of able to locate um, about the planet within 1,000 kilometers. But so it's not quite that catches your attention so much as it is that your ship picks up 6 ships that are actually exiting atmosphere and moving away from the planet about 6 kilometers. Like they're, like plotting trajectory and everything. It looks like they probably took off from about 6 kilometers to your east initially.
Wait, 6 kilometers to the east?
Yeah. There's half a dozen ships, all departing.
But
With a 26 on sensors, you actually catch that there are a handful of ships actually already out of atmosphere as well.
I think it's safe to assume that they aren't Tapani.
It might even be safe to assume that they were waiting till the Tapani left.
I really. Who's up? I know it's 10:30. Who's up for a big space battle?
I mean, so there's the Jinx Starhawk there. There's and then Bota's bringing this luxury yacht up. Is there anything you want to do, Bota? Or Jimmy on the Star or Rem on the luxury yacht?
Is there any way I can find out where the ship was, even though the information was encrypted and being deleted? Is there any way I can recover that data by using my computer programming repair skills, or computer programming, to see if I can decrypt partial data of where the ship was being used and where the ship was going?
You can pull the last partial wipe, which had the ship transit from Rathalay to here, from Coruscant to Rathalay, but you don't get anything before that.
Dang.
No, nothing. Like it looks like there's some basically like it was almost being. It looks like the ship was being like joyridden about. Like it. There's some stops at random places in the galaxy, but nothing that looks of high interest to you. And it's in like that's you can't find anything prior to the last deletion because it literally wipes everything fully. But that's what's on there from that hasn't been wiped yet. Let's put it that way.
Got it.
So from Dathomir, or going backwards, it's on Dathomir, it was on Rathalay, it was on Coruscant, and it looks like it made some stops in kind of like random, like almost like, oh yeah, there's an asteroid cluster there, and there's a nebula nearby here, and but nothing that looks like there's nothing that you recognize as a planet within the regions that it has stops.
So is this a smuggling ship? Would Jawa Jimmy, with his knowledge of planetary knowledge, be able to determine, like, oh, this ship was used for smuggling, or any kind of other determination? Like, what would that be planetary knowledge, or would that be something like street smart or some other kind of knowledge
that'd be
check for
like
that?
I feel like Blaine has rolled something about this before, like smuggling lore or something like that, right?
Yeah, smuggling lore. I mean, you
like
could just use your base knowledge.
That's why it'd be like a base knowledge. You could do planetary systems. Planetary systems is better than base knowledge. Like.
Yeah, that's 66 with the cartridge. So I guess Jawa Jimmy would throw the cartridge in and pop it in for a hot minute just to see if we can find out more information. I feel like you'd want to know more about this. Let me give this a shot. Let's see. 33. Can Can Jawa Jimmy look at planets or what?
The as you input your knowledge cartridge and take a look at this, your knowledge cartridge registers that these locations, not Coruscant or Rathlate, but these locations were recently registered into its databank. Like within the last year, like you don't use your planetary systems knowledge cartridge too often, but these are systems that you have looked at, or these are coordinates that you have looked at with your planetary systems cartridge before.
Wait, what?
But your planetary systems cartridge can't tell you why you looked at them.
Did Jawa Jimmy get kidnapped and not know it? So
you've been hanging out on too many pleasure yachts.
Jawa Jamie just blacking out and having too much fun with the Ewoks? Is that what scenario is?
Oh boy.
I wish.
So wait. Hold the phone here. So Jawa Jimmy roll his dawn and be like, "Hey, these are new sectors that you've already been to." But
they're not. It doesn't
Jawa
say
Jimmy
that you've been to. It says that they're sectors that they're because they're not planets. They're not, but they're locations that you have specifically like done searches on before. Like, you know how, like, you know, if you type something into your search bar on your computer, it'll say like, "Hey, you recently searched. You're here," right? It registers that these are items you have recently searched for using this cartridge. You don't use this cartridge super often, and they're locations
that you time ago then. Right, so it must have been a while ago. So I haven't used planetary knowledge in a long time. At least over here. So this must be some old to us in terms of IRL, and like, but I guess character-wise, not that long ago. So Jawa Jimmy. All right. How does what stir up their memories? Like rolling a knowledge check on their memory? Like how does what even like?
The funny thing is to me that there's little hints in here that I'm like, come on guys, piece it all together. But they're not things. They're things that are each individual, so I can't like.
Wait,
and like,
are these,
some of you have no
what
idea
color
about
are the pants? Oh, that's Kindle Sparrows.
Why are they all gold?
Andor Snops is, yeah.
God, who is Andor Snops?
Is this an anagram? Like, should we know this character?
You actually, let me think here. Who got there first? I think Rusty. Rusty got there last. Who was the first Bota? You heard the name Andor Snops when you were on Coruscant. Lulu said it as Jimmy kind of reads off everything to you. Lulu said Andor Snops when she was yelling at those people on the landing platform.
Oh, it's the New Republic senator that she wanted to kill, right?
Is.
That was a long time ago.
It was a long time ago.
Well, I'm 2 beers deep and I figured it out.
And
I'm only 1 beer deep and I'm like, what?
You need to be 2, then you'll figure it out.
Keep drinking, Jimmy. That's my advice.
Jimmy, get on that spiced wine list. Come on, get those hallucinations going.
Rem, I have value on the items of clothing, by the way, if you end up wanting to sell them or keep them or anything later on, so you know, or like the valuables that you would take from there.
You like really fat men's clothing stained with sweat stains.
Yeah, hopefully they're not too stained, because you know we know what this guy likes to do.
It's like, what was that quote from Guardians of the Galaxy? It's like if you turned on the black light, it'd be like a Jackson Pollock painting.
Oh my gosh.
Sadly, in his case, there's not too many recordings in the room, although there are some. I mean, he's a fairly wealthy individual. I wrote a lot of random stuff about this ship.
All right, well, let's take it. Okay, so the ships that are leaving, out of curiosity, what types of ships are they? The collective ships.
They're a variety of freighters and like transport size ships.
Oh man, guys, we could take them.
They're a ways off. It would be a rush. You're kind of guessing that it might be a close call for the Jinx Starhawk alone to get to them before they were able to exit the planet's gravity well and enter hyperspace. Just the time of you guys kind of repairing the ship to you transiting back to the Jinx Starhawk to getting out of the atmosphere, it looks like they kind of rushed out ahead of you guys.
All right. I feel like no one has the battle appetite to get into a huge space combat. And
yeah, obviously, if they're leaving in a hurry, there's a problem.
No, I think they're just done, and they're. I mean, what did Ian get out of all of this? Did he get money from the Tapani? Like, I don't get it.
Well, once we get back to Cloud City, we can regroup and
let's get out of here.
Find Iron.
All right.
But I do want to. I mean, I would like to train the sensors on it just so I can be like, I don't know if I can pick up anything on them, but if it's like if I ever run into any of these ships again, or
yeah, you can pull scans like the identifying information like general class and
yeah, that's what I want.
Engine output, things along those lines to get basically like as close to an individualized ship's data as you could get. I mean, like, so you're not necessarily able to pull the transponders. I'd say in galactic politics style that like the police probably should have the ability if they wanted to force a transponder code retrieval from a ship, but it's not something that's normally done in the galaxy. But as a smuggler that each ship, and this is my submariner knowledge coming out, each ship would have like a close enough to individualized like resonant frequency that it outputs and just general like how well you're maintaining your engine and so on and so forth, that you would be able to like out of 100 ships of the same class, you'd say this is one of these two is the ship that I was just looking at, you know what I mean? And then pulling battle scars or anything along that to help isolate further from there. So you can get a pretty good readout on the ships. You can do a scan on them. They're not, like they can't stop you from doing a scan. They could try and jam, but a visual scan and a general information scan, they could flood the frequencies to try and throw off their engine codes, things like that. But you could probably get a good readout on the ships or a general kind of passive info from it to be able to identify it at a future date if you wanted to.
I absolutely want to.
Okay.
All right.
And you can store that in the Starhawks data.
Let's do it. And let's get back to Cloud City, everyone. I think I need to take a nap.
Yeah.
Roll me a d6, Blaine. Let's see how many of these ships you can pull from the 6 that are there.
I can't do it. Who wants to roll a d6 for me?
It won't let you roll a d6?
No, I have to. I'm on Roll20 on my iPad, and I can't type into the...
Oh. What if you just use a little dice thing
I can
on the
only
side?
do the...
Oops, I shouldn't have rolled for you.
Oh, no, it's fine. I can only do the, 4 or 5 macros I have. So, none of them equal the same amount. I just rolled my blaster...
So do you want to start at the front of, the furthest ship away, the closest ship? What do you want to do?
The ship that looks like it's the leader. Like the one that's
Okay.
leading the other ships.
You can pull data on the ship that's the leader of the 6 ships that's departing.
Wow, Luke, I love that 6.
Too bad that Rem got there first. But we'll say that with the 6, you get a pretty good readout on that one ship.
I wonder how Tiberzon feels about the collective.
He probably doesn't even think they're even anything worth dealing with because they're so much of a lower class than him.
I'd be interested to see what the scale of Tiberzon's operation is at this point. But he is arrogant enough.
So
yeah,
you guys are able to safely exit from Dathomir and transit back to Cloud City with a luxury 5,000 yacht and the Jinx Starhawk.
And we didn't even say hi to Ilya, Tech, while we're on Dathomir.
Tech has married life going.
I mean, true on so many levels.
And yeah, I mean that's you've turned over Octavian Grant to the Tapani. Katira, when she's conscious, just to alleviate Bota's immediate question, Katira would tell you that when she was transiting to Dathomir, based on the receipt of Blaine's message, she immediately reached out to the Tapani as well as the Mandalorians, and the Tapani were the first ones to show up. She'll also tell you.
Tell me the Mandalorians are going to show up like as an after credits scene. But and there's going to be like, hello.
Where'd everybody go?
She'll also tell you because she passed out again. You know, like I rolled that 1 on her kind of maintaining consciousness. When she landed, I actually wrote a whole kind of thing on her interaction with her sister, like what would happen and whatnot. And she did a couple things. She told XX that when Callan said to do it to drive Kylea unconscious, which was what you guys did in the battle, which dropped her from, I want to say it was like from 96 plus, or it was like a plus 66 on her force powers, got taken away when you guys did that. And the other thing that she did was she told JXM9 that if she didn't return by nightfall, because she thought she might die, to contact the Mandalorians, because it was able to pick up on the Mandalorian data. And so she knew that it had some connection to the Mandalorians. And if she was dead, she didn't want the ship to just sit there and rot for forever like it did on Ibis. So her ship is gone now. Which is what that was why I was like, how long do you think it's been, guys? And then she tried to kind of wake up and go like, no, my ship. And then she fell back unconscious.
We could find that ship, but we also wait. What happened to the catalyst or the right?
That's a good question that you guys didn't explore within there.
Maybe are left better unexplored.
Kylea took something off of the crucible and was going back to the temple with it, and you guys killed Kylea but left her body outside the temple, and you did not kill Hela. And so chances are that she can recover it. We don't know what it is. So.
Well, time to go back.
What other? I mean, you guys can ask or like say we want to try this, and we can do like random rolls for stuff. Whatever you guys want. I know that you guys had a whole bunch of stuff on the doc sheet. We can do whatever on the next mission if you guys want to do a mission where you guys go there, or we could turn over to anybody else if Jordan or Luke, or if Chris Joy, you want to start a 27 mission arc.
Well, I got while I don't have an immediate idea, I kind of feel like there's a couple of things like I want to get ready for like the in-person birthday. So yeah, it'd be nice to take the reins back over and get ready for that. But I think there's a couple of things like I still want to do tonight before we call it a night.
Yeah. No, for sure. I just, you guys are at a point where we can do whatever you guys want.
I have to call it a night. Unfortunately.
All good. Yeah. Cool, man. The one thing that you might want to do is spend some points improving your character, but I'll sync with you outside of
So, Alan, could you roll me? Do you have a value for Rem? Does he have value as a? I think it's a knowledge skill. Doesn't look like it.
Let me see.
Roll me. You don't have it. Roll me 3d6 plus 1.
Sure. D6 plus 1.
You found about between the jewelry and some precious stones. You found 13 plus 6. You found nearly 30,000 credits worth of jewelry and precious stones.
30,000?
29,000 to be specific, because I rolled, despite your low roll on the credits, I actually rolled really high. I rolled a 13 and a 16 on the value of jewelry and precious stones that he found. This guy is and on, going back to Cloud City, you would find that he is a New Republic representative or delegate from the planet Bortros, which is in the Brema sector, and it directly abuts the Seswana sector.
30,000.
Buy
my own ship for that much.
Literally.
He deals in hard currency, and if you guys look through the clothes with Rem, even though Rem, you can tell me whether, or you can decide, over the next 2 weeks whether you pocket the stuff that you found or not. Bortros is in the Brema sector, which is right next to the Siswana sector, and it is one jump down the line from the planet Ariadu, and you'll recognize on the clothes that some of the crests on his clothing were from Ariadu Authority.
There it is.
Yep.
There's the Imperial symbol with the crest. That's the Ariadu Authority. Ugh.
Okay,
and that's the crest you recognize.
And that's, Jimmy, that's the sector we were looking at.
The sectors that you identified were that's it for you, Rem. If you wanna jump off, this is all older stuff for them. The hyperspace locations that Jimmy pulled will line up with some of the locations that the Ariadu Authority had as kind of alternate fuel depots for their fuel source from camp, and the alternate fuel for the ship comes from there. So this all ties in with Bota's arc as well. You stole a ship, or they stole a ship from this guy. What he was doing on the Isle, you don't know. But as a brief recap, you'll also kind of in Galactic News, there will be definitely a major report on a Imperial interdictor that laid siege to Rathley for a period of time. The interdictor was disabled, mostly destroyed, but captured by the New Republic. There were few survivors, some claiming that they were forced to fire, that they don't want to say too much, but the suspicion of the New Republic is that they captured a band of pirates, or a small group of pirates, and the area of the Isle was decimated, and there's a report that former Imperial Grand Admiral Octavian Grant is believed dead, but that they have not located his body among the wreckage.
Well, that means he's not dead.
No, I mean, you guys literally turned him over.
We just gave them to those other people.
So in other words, the New Republic, because of the kind of ship battle that took place, has no idea kind of what happened. And to further clarify, you guys said like we'll leave but don't kill anybody. They opened fire with turbo lasers on Albi Isle specifically and just laid waste to it. So there were no survivors of Albi Isle.
Oh yeah. Well, no one listens to us.
All right, guys. I really gotta take off, but
Yeah.
fun times. See you guys later.
Have a good one, man.
I gotta drop as well. I got an early morning meeting, but this has been really fun. Even just exploring the ship and just screwing around, this has been fun. So
Cool.
I will see you guys later.
Yeah.
Have a good evening.
Take it easy.
Is there anything else you guys want to do?
All right. Yeah, I want to. So I assume we land at Cloud City. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I want Cloud City technicians to scour the ship, and I want to also get an appraisal.
Jimmy pulled most of the value from there. The ship is, because of the modifications for the alternative fuel. There's that they don't really know what kind of fuel would work with it, so that's not an added value. The increased cargo space, it seems like you could use it for a smuggling ship for more value than like you'd be able to sell it for. So it's worth a little bit less than it would be if it were, if you had like a brand new one. And I think the brand new sale is 1 million credits, and the used is at 500,000 if I remember right. This one is about 450,000 credits. It's in really good shape, but the modifications kind of take it from high market value because it's less of a pleasure yacht and more of a, like it was used for, it's a great smuggling ship, but it's not a great pleasure yacht in that aspect. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay. I'm sure I can get a 450. I'm sure we could get either the Wheel or Cloud City to buy it and then split it between us.
Someone will need this for something.
I honestly love the design of the ship.
It's a really cool ship. I like it a lot.
Let's a couple of things. Like I want to send people to. So I want to do the other things of like, I want to send people to Waypoint. I want to send people to the Mini pirate base, but we know where the interdictor end up.
So you don't know the specific location of Waypoint because of how you got there and how you left. But
they made us basically be like under wraps for it.
So searching through the Lumini base, much of it is completely destroyed. They dropped heavy explosives, or they detonated heavy explosives throughout the area, and kind of it's kind of like acting as a dam to a degree, and that's what redirected the river earlier in the mission arc. So there's a lot of underwater area there. They do find your guys rather would find the wreckage of Captain Swag's ship.
Oh man, never gave him a chance.
And his R1 unit is still stuck in his ship.
Well, let's get him out. I feel bad that we left him there to begin with.
And after, I don't know how long you guys take to kind of recoup after this mission, but after a little bit, it occurs to you that if you have Captain Swag ship and you have R1, you would be able to find Waypoint Station.
Oh, we could.
And
that's why we should have took R1, but honestly, I think he's probably glad we didn't drag him through that entire rigmarole of a mission.
And Waypoint Station itself is ransacked when you get there. There's definite evidence of a firefight, and you find there was one room you guys didn't enter that's welded shut, and upon entering they find the corpse of the commander of Waypoint. He was basically locked in there when they welded the door shut because he wouldn't open it. And it's the control center for Waypoint Station. And so there's, I mean, it was like a kind of a black market sales hub to a degree. It's been ransacked, so there's nothing really of value there. You could we could roll possibly to see, I don't know how much value's in there, but very little.
But it's more valuable to have it as a
right,
as a
and it
place.
right, and it's definitely where it's at, and you can establish control of it now that I think his name's Dua Karab is no longer running it. You'd find that it
Dua
had
Karab
previously
from
been.
the Twilight Council?
Maybe that's not. Maybe that's the wrong name.
I was like, this Jedi wants to take this clone of a Jedi Master.
Where is it? I had a name for him. Oh, Bana Modoc. Move to the right layer.
Hey, Bota, we should. Okay, wait. So where is Waypoint Station located? Because we should take control of it if it's within nearby territory.
Look at the galaxy map here. Where's Rathalee? Where's
Go to roll 21.
Hopefully it's not in the Tapani sector.
Hey, I kind of like it. You should honestly, if it's way outside of like Bespin, you should take it as like claim it for like the New Republic Bounty Hunter Guild like outpost.
And that's the place that we went to basically make the Nightshade visit.
Yeah, you kind of got your first mission briefing from Nightshade and made your visit there, yeah. R9 is Rathalee. There's Coruscant.
Because where were we when we did we initially start on Coruscant?
Yeah.
And that's where we saw those squatters in that house.
Yep.
Okay. And then we went from there to Waypoint, right?
Yep.
Okay.
So Rathalee's region R9. Coruscant's like. Anybody know where Coruscant's at? There it is.
Middle.
In the middle.
Pretty close to it.
I can't. I can't.
It's between K and 1110. It's like right in the middle of K and 1110. Okay. So this would be west of
Space West.
Space West.
Space West. Coast to coast.
I watched a couple of those recently, and some still are really funny, and some I'm like, oh, this is like so inappropriate now.
So it is in. Shoot, I jumped off that stupid page. Which is this? It's in region N. Is this N8? N10 rather. There we go. It's kind of in the middle of a whole bunch of nothing.
Perfect.
What did you say? Where was it? N10.
N10. Yeah.
N10.
In the kind of colonies region. Between Barath, Zoborn, XOBO, or Zabome, XOBOME. Yeah, I mean, it's middle of nowhere.
Perfect.
N10.
So, forward from the Hapes Consortium, kind of southwest, base southwest. They let you take your bags for free.
Yeah, no check fees.
But you don't have a assigned seat, so good luck.
From Kashyyyk and the Hapes Consortium area.
Oh, I see.
Due space south of Taurus. Why do I know that name?
Oh, because it's from Knights of the Republic.
Okay, yeah. I have not played KOTOR 2, but I recently played KOTOR 1 for the first time.
Oh yeah,
That
so
makes sense.
Taurus is where you fetch land
Yeah.
with the Rakghoul.
Yep.
Okay, in 10,
Yeah.
I see it. Oh wow. Okay, so it's all right. That's so outside of any place. Blaine. I feel like Bota, we should send people there, and you should take that over as a New Republic Bounty Hunter Guild station.
It's way out from anything of kind of anything. It's just, and that's the purpose of it, right? Is to be
You said
in the
N10,
middle.
right?
Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
Close enough to the core that you can do a lot. You can make a lot of whole lot of trade from there, but far enough from everything that nobody really goes there.
Cool.
Do it.
Yeah, so the Lumini base is kind of a wreck. By the time you guys go back, the pirates are mostly exited out of there. There's not really much, if any, activity there that you guys notice. It does take a little bit of finagling to get some people there because there's a lot of high security around Rathley at the time, but they're able to land near what's that town called? North Haven, and hang out there. Deng Sion is still the magistrate of North Haven.
He reappeared.
He kind of waited for a little bit before returning. There was a period in the initial chaos that he was missing during the attack on the Isle, but then he came back and is a strong part of the reestablishing of the area. Yeah, and North Haven is almost, like it's actually thriving to a degree there's a lot of people that want to see the car crash, and so they're flying in and stopping by and spending money at North Haven on their way to go try and see Impambi and the Isle, get a glimpse of the wreckage. So he's been cashing in on that.
Battle of the Bands wreckage.
Oh, I know. I feel like I gotta. I want to send like. I mean,
there's also a distinct boost to the popularity of Barkwin Dan and the Glitz game.
I want to send like flowers or some sort of thing after Barkwin Dan's next performance from Blaine.
Due to their, like they're known for having been there when it happened, and so they're, like they're more sought out to a degree. So they get a little boost, as well as let me see if I have all the band names here somewhere. The Fallen Angels, True Undra's all Wookiee band, and Hyperspace, they all kind of have a little bump in their popularity, and you might hear them more on your space radio now. There's talk of the band that didn't play the Battle of the Bands, and people talk about how, oh man, they really missed their shot. They could have hit it big with this. There was all sorts of popularity gain there.
See, here's the thing. They'd be showing our pictures and our costumes all the time if we had done this Battle of the Bands. So.
Yeah, probably better that we didn't.
I thought about that a lot. I before it happened, I was like, I don't think we should. I think there's gonna be so much. There's gonna be so much, press and recordings. Like, people will be like, "Is that Bota Z?"
Things. I mean, you guys certainly shifted things when you decided not to participate in the Battle of the Bands.
I was very anti. I was
a lot of their. That increased a lot of the of Kylia's animosity or more aggressive behavior there. The hurricane didn't start until you guys fled North Haven in a hurry. and she was using the force to call the hurricane to the area, using effect weather basically.
Interesting.
That's why the taco truck was having such a hard time.
It is. Yeah.
I hope Lulu got that ship to work and sailed away. I hope she's still not in that cave.
And that actually is one of the things I didn't write anything on what would happen to Lulu there.
Sometimes in the cave, hello, somebody help.
With all your connections, you guys would also recognize that Joris 3 is a callback to the fact that Joris Sabaoth is from the planet Bortros originally.
Oh, I didn't know that, but I knew Joris Sabaoth as soon as you said it.
And but Gideon, you guys are both former New Republic. Go ahead and roll I'd say a somewhere between moderate and difficult, probably like a 17 on your knowledge. What's Blaine's knowledge?
Someone's got to roll for me. I can't do it right now.
Blaine's knowledge is 3D. I'm trying to see if you have anything specific for it. It wouldn't be anything smuggling. Bota, your knowledge is 3D. You can probably roll.
I have to roll all 6s to get a 17.
Streetwise. What's your streetwise on this?
I think my streetwise
is 6D.
Yeah.
Go ahead and roll each of your streetwise on this to see if you recognize the names.
Please roll a 6D for me, Bota.
Tying all the pieces together.
Hold on, I gotta pull it up here on my Kindle.
Oh, wait, are we both on like two old men trying to play this game on tablets? Hold on, I'm gonna put on my glasses. Put on bifocals. I can't get it to roll because not because I'm
there
old.
we go.
Oh wow. What is this? How's there a 14? What is going on here?
Oh, sorry. I put hold on.
So that's 6, 7, 10, 11. Oh wow, that's still really high. Okay, that's plenty. You Gideon Tarkin is the brother of Wilhoof Tarkin from Ariadu.
Oh.
And that's the transponder that could be used with the Ariadu Authority.
And you're trying to roll Moff Gideon into this now too?
No.
Not Moff Gideon. Gideon Tarkin. Brigadier Gideon Tarkin. He served within the Ariadu Defense Fleet, and he died in like a couple years ago for our timeline.
I do remember the short story he was in the Adventure Journal.
That's the transponders on the ship.
Ugh. So what's crazy is that we always leave things so dangling. We've never been able to defeat the Ariadu Authority. They're still out there. We still and on camp. There's still a bunch of Ugnaughts, right? That we never freed. They're still there, right? Am I missing other things from Ariadu Authority? I think mostly Dala took over that, and we've just stayed away, right?
Yeah.
And then
that guy's Wilkes Broad's guy or something.
What's that?
I'm trying to remember that Ugnaughts name. I think it was like Wilkes Broadsky or Broadsword or something.
And then we have
two Ugnaughts got off, remember, because they stole the ship that we had.
The Deep Pocket.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad for that. And then we have, in terms of, so now we have the collective out there with Ian and his like crew, like Ravager-esque crew.
So they
and 1888, which is very unfortunate.
And Jowkazza didn't. I was surprised. Jay did not seem to really want that much information on who killed the doctor.
He didn't, because that was his whole backstory. But it's like Luke. It's like you and your character. Every time you try to put backstory or like things for your backstory, you're like, I don't want it. I don't need it.
Kids are just gonna slow me down.
What else? I also had the info on rewards. I want to say.
Well, yeah. We all gotta get our rewards from Nightshade.
So Blaine, a Grodic freighter is delivered to Cloud City, and it's in good condition. But mine. You are able to recognize that it's not quite your Grodic freighter.
God damn it! I'm never
which
getting that freighter.
Which is still on what Ithor, I want to say.
I'm never getting that back.
A check for 50,000 credits.
What was the name of the Soarsub luxury yacht? Like it had to have a name. Oh, you said it was. We had the Joris, we had the Gideon, but what was like its actual name?
The luxury 5000.
Yeah,
those were its two transponders.
Okay.
Were the Joris, Joris 3 and the Gideon.
But we don't have like a. Okay. We don't know what it was official and what's okay.
Well, you can, like with your guys', especially with the 29 on Streetwise, you could piece together that the Gideon was probably the transponder used for the Ariadu Authority, and Joris 3 was probably the more delegate use of the ship.
Sense. Yeah. Perfect. Cool. I'm sorry. I'm just writing it down right now. All right. Yeah, this Grodic freighter, and it's. I knew it. Katira, you're not getting that Grodic freighter.
Wouldn't be that easy.
You just bought me this cheap Grodic freighter.
So Jowkazza gets a contract, and I mean it's up to him how deeply he wants to look into it, but he'll get 20,000 credits spanned over a couple missions basically, for shagging your taxes to perform.
Who's he doing taxes for?
Oh, for the hospital that provided medical aid to Jawa Jimmy.
What?
When he almost died. And he also has the ability to guest star on an episode of Shag's Anatomy. If he wanted to in the future.
Shag's Anatomy.
Well, my autocorrect did not like me typing
that. Jawa Jimmy, this is really more of up to you, Blaine. There is a Sorosa luxury 5000, like like your lady or the Land of Lady Luck or whatever.
Oh, the 3000.
Delivered to the Jawa King in exchange for him ceasing hostile actions towards Jawa Jimmy. It's up to you whether or not the Jawa King accepts that as basically like, hey, I'm sorry, or not.
Oh, interesting.
But
I love that.
So that
I'm just gonna write that it was sent to the Jawa King. We could follow up on it.
Yeah,
that's great.
Drew, even though Laurel was not here, Drew was here for all the missions, and so there's actually a 50,000 credit down payment placed for Drew Rassick Park for initial construction.
I wonder where is she gonna keep it on Ibis or is she gonna move to Mattel?
I don't know. But she has a contract for 50,000 credits towards
It was
a
supposed to
contract
be
with
at
the
that
design and
planet that we
construction.
went to that I told him I would pay him for it. Remember?
As Mattel,
It's Mattel, and they
Yeah.
said no.
And I said yes.
They said this is not our planet, and we hate it.
They said as long as you can get us off this planet, you can have it.
No.
And
well, that's not exactly right. They said that they didn't like the planet, and you're like, I'll pay you for it, and like, we just want to go. I mean, you could go there. It's effectively abandoned at this point.
And Blaine, is there anybody on Cloud City that can do any kind of metallurgy?
We got all these Ugnuts.
I don't know what their skill would be, but basically, at minus, what's the cost of this freaking thing? The Z6 jetpack? What's the cost of the Z6 jetpack? That's the question.
Hang on 1 second, we'll be right back.
Oh, it's cheap. It's only a couple
related
hundred
to the jetpack. It's related to going to the bathroom.
So, Bota, you get delivered to you a brand new Z6 jetpack. Well, not brand new, but it's hard to find these things, as you discovered. A Z6 jetpack, and it is coated in a metal alloy that you don't immediately recognize because you're not a well, I guess you're a Mandalorian. You can roll your knowledge on this kind of thing.
So, can I fly into outer space now?
It's so how you blew up your jetpack when you were fighting Balance Sheet?
Yeah.
It's that jetpack. You're getting that back.
I was just wondering, have we ever determined if a jetpack really can go into space as it is depicted in the Mandalorian?
Oh, so per D6 rules, there's two different skills. There's jetpack and there's rocket pack, I want to say. And rocket packs can be used in outer space, but jetpacks can't.
Interesting.
That's kind of how it was. I don't remember. I think it has to do with like how they make their propulsion or their lift or whatever. I'll just give it to you. The jetpack is coated in Beskar alloy.
Well, that's the same one I had, or is it a new one?
The one you had is destroyed. This is a new one, and the Ugnaughts on Cloud City were paid to basically layer it in Beskar.
All right. Good job, Ugnaughts.
All right, what did I miss? The Ugnaughts
So
your Ugnaughts
on
stayed
Cloud
busy.
City were paid, and Katira will lose her bar of Beskar that she got from when she found JXM9 on Ibis. She had it used to give a layer of Beskar to a new Z6 jetpack that Bota gets at the end of the mission.
Ooh. Bota, I feel like we gotta re-examine your armor. Because it's never had the ability that the Mandalorian has had.
I know. They are like unstoppable.
But here's the thing, Bota. Do you remember when you got, Luke, do you remember when you got your armor?
Vaguely.
I remember I do remember it, and it's not like you got your armor from that you're wearing now. It's not the armor that your clan or like from your person. Like we literally picked it up at a planet.
Yeah, I do remember not having it on when we first started the game.
You didn't. And you didn't have it for a couple of years. And then we went to a planet that I have a mission where we go to a planet where there is a Mandalorian super commando base that we fight other people for, and then afterwards we like saved the city, and then it was in that place where you ended up getting your armor, but it's not it wasn't like, you know, like your family's armor or anything like that.
Yeah. Well, we definitely know a lot more about the Mandalorians now than we did 20 years ago. So it makes it really interesting to try to like figure out how to align the two.
Well, I know. I feel like trying to figure out the timeline and canon has been kind of rough. But speaking of things Katira's doing, like there's a place where your direct predecessor, Montrose, died. And you know where that is.
Well, I thought we fought Montrose again, we fought M2, didn't we?
You fought
M1.
M1.
I was actually
Katira took his
surprised
armor.
that Bota didn't care about his armor, even though it obviously would fit him 100% to a T.
I think Katira eviscerated him, didn't she?
She dragged his body on board, and then she took out her rage on it, but she still has his armor.
They'll have to make some passing comment on one of our missions that says, "Hey, that armor looks like it would fit me better than you."
But the other thing too is, did Katira? So there's still. Did Katira never went to M1 ship, or did she?
I mean, that was something that she wanted to do. I don't, you tell me how much time passed within there, and whether she was able to do that. But that was one of the things that she wanted to do. Yeah.
She could have. I mean, I guess in the 2 weeks she could have gone and checked in on M1 ship. So there was a period where, Luke, remember like 10 years ago at my birthday when we were aboard the Endless Dawn and Boba Fett was awakening these Mandalorian soldiers, and he was like, "Hey, take these coordinates," and you're like, "All right, well, have fun, have fun awakening these Mandalorians."
Oh yeah.
So that was coordinates to Montrose's ship, which he had found, but he couldn't open because it is highly protected by, traps, other kind of protection things. So Katira could have also, figured out where it is because M1 was looking for it. Because he was sort of like your clone brother who was trying to become like the prime one of everyone. So Montrose's main ship is out there. Katira knows where it is. You know where it is if you looked at the coordinates. But it is heavily booby-trapped. So we can roll to see if Katira can ever get, past those booby traps. But the way that I had it was Boba Fett couldn't quite figure it out, but he didn't care that much. So he's like, I'm going to step back. And the reason that Boba Fett was cordial to you is because you guys fought in real life maybe 15 years ago.
Oh, yeah.
20 years ago-ish. But in the game, maybe like 6 years ago.
Yep, I remember that.
So, Katira, we could roll for you approaching the ship. You know where the ship is. You could have been there too. If you wanted to go there, sure. I mean,
all right.
Absolutely, you can be there.
How do we roll for this? You tell me what to roll.
The only problem is that there are a bunch of booby traps. So if we're going back in time, you could retroactively injure yourself.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. On the side note, I put on Roll20, and maybe I should just put it on Discord, but I put on Roll20 what everybody received at the end of the mission, including Rem really cashed out by searching that. Jimmy rolled really bad on his search.
Money. I was like, you're like, oh, yeah, like literally, I'm like, how did you started with 50,000 credits, and now you're at like, he's like at like 300,000, 400,000.
Oh, because he gets the proceed of the sale of that ship too, huh?
Yeah, it's crazy.
So
let's just rob him.
He got 5,000 credits straight up in credits, and then he's got basically 29,000 credits in kind of precious goods. But it's an adjust on sale, so they're worth 29,000 credits if you just bought them outright, but it'd be worth less if he sold them. But I input everybody else. Maybe I just copy and paste this into Discord.
All right, so how good is Katira's security rolls?
Katira's security rolls not super great. Pull it up real quick.
See, here's the thing. Jawa Jimmy has so
security is one of the things that Katira is supposed to, that I had character points set aside for Katira, but
I mean, you will. You've got a gazillion character points now. But here's the thing. Like I keep telling Chris, there are things that you're naturally good at. Lean into those. Like his technical is 40 plus 2 right off the bat. I keep saying like, hey, spend 4 character points here and there, and you're just like, oh, like 5D in anything, you're almost an expert. You could do so many things, but anyway. All right. So Katira, you approach the Hell's Anvil.
Oh shit! All right. Can I spend character points on this stuff?
You could.
All right. I presume it's a really nice ship. All right. Looks like a nice ship. It's a ship.
Did you Google it? Because the first result is our wiki, which I take credit, which I'm like, this is amazing. But I think it's just Google knowing that I go to our wiki so much that it suggests it first.
I did not Google it, so I don't want, because I don't know what it is, and Katira doesn't know what it is. She just knows that this is what we found.
All right, so.
And she knows that it was something of Montrose like valuable to him, so basically she's got a lot of, she's a spiteful person, although she's gonna feel really bad about the fact that people died. I gotta think about how Katira is gonna respond after this whole mission to the fact that a lot of people on Alba Isle died, and a lot of people almost died, and Rusty's brother died. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Go ahead.
All right. So, the area around you is rocky. You've got like a greenish, bluish sky above you. In front of you, you see a ship. It is it almost is the same color of a cloud car, with sort of this bright orange. However, over the years, moss has grown over it, and so's vines. But you see this ship standing in front of you, and you sort of know this is it. This is sort of where your quest has taken you. What are you going to do next? There's no landing ramp open. It's just sort of sitting there gathering moss.
Does it look like it has? Does it look like it has any underslung blasters or the automated defense like she might be somewhat familiar with, having been shot at from missions before?
Yeah, sure, roll your search.
All right. Here's perception search. And if she's wearing it's I think it's +1 on her armor.
You gotta tell me because I can't see it anymore because Roll20 crashed on my iPad.
28, 2 on the special.
So you look at the ship. You don't see anything like an underslung blaster. Like, with Blaine's ship, he has one, and you can sort of see where you think it's going to pop out. You can't see that here, but as you look around, you can see, even though it's been, maybe decades since it's been used, there are trees around you that are sort of shot in half, broken in two, sort of at the same eye level as the bottom of the ship. So, taking a look around, even though you can't see it, it would suggest that the ship is more sophisticated than a smuggler ship that just put an underslung blaster underneath it. Looks like it does have defenses that could attack you if you're not careful.
See if there's any like rocks, even like kind of mid-sized rocks around that I could kind of, as I like chuck them forward and see if there's anything that it responds to, and then step and kind of be on my toes as I approach the ship.
Karate chop.
And see if I can set off any sensors to have it trigger on like motion or on.
Yeah. Roll 1d6.
1d6. 1.
Okay.
That's never a good thing.
So you pick up a rock. And you notice a symbol on it. Roll your knowledge.
There's a scorpion on the back of a rock that stings you in the hand.
It's it's a spider crawling towards you in the middle of the thing.
Is it like in a language that I might understand?
It's maybe.
Katira has 60 in Mandalorian knowledge, base knowledge.
Roll, sure. Roll 60 then.
16, 4 on the special.
All right. I didn't realize you had Mandalorian as a knowledge.
Remember, she spent all that time going to the library in Coruscant whenever we'd stop by there.
Yep. So you pick up the rock and
I'm new with all that knowledge.
As you're about to chalk it.
Chocolate rock.
You realize this is danger, and sort of points towards the ship.
Shoot.
But the way
are you still recording this?
The mission, yeah.
Okay.
But the way that you pick it up, it looks like it's pointing or at least angling somewhere. Like towards the ship, but I mean, maybe it's not. It doesn't seem unique. It just seems like someone labeled danger on a rock.
Could I do a search around for any other rocks that might kind of help me triangulate locations of danger?
Yep.
28 on search, 5 on the special.
All right, so you sort of walk the perimeter. You see a couple more ships, or you see a couple more rocks that say danger, and they're all sort of angled and pointing towards the ship. And then you see one that says safe, and it's towards the absolute back of the ship. And it's all in Mandalorian.
I will try to approach via the safe route and keeping an eye on the ship. And what else could I do? Yeah, keeping an eye on the ship and Is there anything I found on Montross's armor that might be like helping like open the ship or anything along those lines?
I don't think so.
No, like code cylinders or anything, yeah.
On M1's armor?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, you don't know if M1's. I mean, M1 has armor that fit him. You don't. I mean, there's nothing on M1's armor that would suggest.
Yeah, I mean, like anything on his person that might have like been like I mean like keys to the car,
No, nothing like that.
Okay.
I mean, M1 had keys to the Skulldugger.
I'll take. I want to like cut a branch off a tree with my light whip, I guess, or my vibro dagger would work fine. I'll set the forest on fire. And use it as like a probe going ahead of me as I walk along the safe direction to see if there's anything that like triggers on the tree branch moving ahead of me,
Mm-hmm.
Like a larger leafy spread out kind of branch that's got a little bit of weight to it. And just kind of approach that way more cautiously, looking for anywhere that any kind of like arms or anything, any tentacles might reach out and try and tie me up like they did on the Skulldugger.
Nothing like that happens. I mean, you walk slowly up the ramp with that, and you get to the opening ramp, and there's a keypad. I do appreciate what you did, but it's not. There's nothing there that's acting like that.
I just don't want to die. Get to a keypad. Oh, what kind of code entry could I put in? And I mean, is it just?
So yeah, it's like a really old keypad. Are you gonna? If you interact with it, it'll light up and say something.
Yeah, I'll interact with it. Take a look and see. Is it like a physical keypad as well?
Yep.
Can I try to take note of anywhere that there might be additional wear for buttons that have been pushed before?
Roll your investigation. Unless you're just gonna do a cursory glance.
What's investigation? Is that just knowledge?
It's knowledge.
Base knowledge. 7. It's kind of I mean, it's really a look over. She can't investigate too well, I guess. We'll see what it says. I don't know. I'm interacting with it. I'll interact with it after taking a look at it, see if there's anything that might help me knowing what buttons to push.
All right, just tell me what you rolled.
7 on the investigation. Real low.
All right, you hear a feminine voice say, "Name of the traitor."
Ooh. What is this? To figure out who would be the traitor. How would Katira know who would be the traitor? In my studies of like reading through Mandalorian lore and trying to like learn about them, what has Katira learned about M1?
Not much, except that M1 looks like Bota. Seems like he was crazy, but he seems like he may have been a better pilot in general.
What has she learned about Montross? The name of that all those clones were saying, because they all looked like him, and they were all saying that word. Would she have seen that anywhere?
I don't know. I honestly don't think. Maybe. I think Montrose gained more fame after he left being a Mandalorian.
Could I roll to see if I've seen the name anywhere in relation to anybody? Would that be Mandalorian scholar?
Sure.
28, 6 on the special. 28.
Okay, so you're rolling your Mandalorian knowledge for knowledge of Montrose?
Yeah, if she came across it anywhere reading about them.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, you would know that Montrose was a famous Mandalorian warrior who okay, so I'm reading it as I'm explaining how you would have known, who betrayed his people and later became one of the most ruthless mercenaries and bounty hunters in the Old Republic.
Who was the leader of the people he betrayed?
They were the. Let me make sure I get the name right. The True Mandalorians.
Who led the True Mandalorians?
Jaster Muriel.
Jaster Muriel.
Is that what you say as a response?
That's what she'll say, yeah.
All right. Okay. Hang on 1 second. Okay, so it opens up for you.
I will keep the tree bench in front of me.
Okay, so inside, you can tell it has not been opened for decades. It is warm, muggy inside. You can, like the air scrubbers failed a long time ago, and some of the plant life had got in. But to your left and right, as you walk in, you can sort of see the engines. They look in pretty good shape. There's you're sort of in the bottom floor to your upper left, upper right. You can sort of see like gatways where sort of like people like you'd walk to, and on that second floor is where you would enter into the like cockpit to fly the ship itself.
Let me look around before I enter the cockpit to see if there's any other consoles that would help disable anything.
So to your right and left immediately, there's like 2 jail cells where they're just cell blocks. One of them looks like it has a skeleton in it.
Oops, forgot about him.
And there's a small like data pad, like raised data pad connected to something right inside here. and then there's, if you keep walking forward past these two cells, there's a ladder up to the gangway that seems to lead to a cockpit and maybe other quarters and other areas.
Hey guys, I got to drop.
No, I need Bota's knowledge. Let me access the data pad.
All right, man. All right, so I'll see you in 2 weeks. Oh, hey, so Luke, you're good for my birthday thing?
Yeah, I appreciate you picking the August date actually over the July date.
It's funny because like most people can make the July one, but so you know, like I think Jay might not be able to make the August one, but it was like I was trying to angle more towards like it was really hard to get a place for everyone. So like I'm happy it worked out that way. It's for the early August.
Yeah, both myself and Whippy will be in pretty big trouble if we went to the July one.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
It worked out.
I was like,
worked out for me too.
Stuart, you want to go to the one that Stu got married the day after my birthday. In real life, and he was like, "Oh yeah, the July one's probably better." It's like, no, it's not. Like that's your anniversary.
Your anniversary.
Oh yeah.
Cool. Well, that's cool, man. Well, if you got to drop,
I'm excited. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I think. So we got the spot. You guys both got an email about the location, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Cool. So I'm gonna send out another email tomorrow or next week after I hear back from like Jay, who's kind of maybe, and then either way. It honestly wasn't that expensive, so I think it's gonna be a pretty cool spot. So, anyways, I'll send something out in the next week or two. I think like Friday, just like a dinner, and then do something fun at night. And then maybe wake up, breakfast, hike or swimming, because there's a pool. And then
that sounds awesome.
Early afternoon, we just do RPG until whenever.
Nice.
Cool.
Well, looking forward to it. That'll be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I will.
Sounds good.
All right, guys. I'll see you in 2 weeks.
All right. Sounds good. All right, you ready for this?
I hope so.
Well, it's been funny because I honestly pulled up my Google Notes, and I'm reading through them now. And I originally wrote this for Luke, but he never decided to do this.
Luke is funny. I mean, it's just like you said with Jay, right? Like, hey, here's something. No.
No, I don't
okay.
Care. Well, it's always funny because I kept being like I kept trying to like be like, Luke, let's talk about your character's past. It's like, nah, I kind of like what we made up about the clone thing, and I never want to go back. I was like, okay.
What about your kids? Nah, they're okay.
Nah, I don't know whether it's like a humble thing because we're playing as a group, and he doesn't like want to monopolize time. Or like I just don't get it. But it's just everyone enjoys the game differently.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like in this case, like I didn't want to like part of the like overarching narrative for everything that I was writing was trying to be tying in with people's past, which is why you guys run into like the Ariado Authority, you run into Jay's past, there's stuff on the Jawa King, there's the potential for Drew to grow, right?
Yeah.
But and like we ran into Rusty's brother, right? But it's hard at the same time. I was like, I don't want to force anybody to be like, this is a lot about their story. And so I was like, the easiest way to tie it in is to bring in some of the stuff that I'd written like within Katira's past, which, and I mean, I think it's interesting. It was fun to write about, but it also felt like you guys are, it's hard to write a story that everybody gets interested and intrigued by.
Yeah, I think it also gets harder the more people you have.
Yeah.
Like when we had a group where it was like me, Stu, and Luke that were mainly playing, when you would start throwing in the same like characters we all liked, then we got like really protective over like NPCs in our own like characters.
Yeah.
But I think when you have so many people, it's sort of like, like we don't all care the same way that like maybe like a smaller group may care about something.
Yeah. Yeah, and I
Um,
mean, hopefully I like part of it too. I mean, you guys just got a tie-in to the area auto authority, like, and for me, it's also like maybe Luke will be interested and want to run with it or have questions or whatever. But yeah, it is. I think everybody wants to be really polite, but at the same time, there's also everybody wants like, well, what can we do with this? Where can we go from here?
yeah, and actually, I mean, I've been trying to plan like events for like this 40th. Well, I love that we're recording this whole thing and stop the mission, but I'm also like I've been like trying to plan things, and I'm like, I don't know. Well, now I know who I think is going to be there, but it's also like fairly hard to figure out like what things to plan in a mission that people would like.
Yeah,
Because it feels like the more people you have, the harder it is to get everybody
drawn in.
yes.
Yeah,
And then also like if you have 3 or 4 people, you can be like, oh, I know this group. Like when it was you, Chris, and Powen, and we were doing the like that one off for Powen, I was like,
yeah,
oh, just go to a bar and like let's just like shoot things up. If they want to join in, all good. If not, whatever. Like have some people to pickpocket, have some things to gamble, and then like that's all we really need because like that's the audience. Like
yeah,
making money, making contacts. But yeah, it's gonna be interesting because so people that are confirmed that'll be there that want to play are so you, Luke, um, so Jay can't make it, Chris Peterson, Chris Choi, um, Stu, Stu's brother Rob.
oh, nice.
I yeah, he seemed very excited. The only problem is like, so there's gonna be some like I feel bad. I didn't initially say hey, I'm running this thing, and there's gonna like I assumed most people thought that they're like it may cost something to for the Airbnb, but not a lot. So I hope Rob can still make it. Like Rob's the only one whom like I don't know like I don't know if $200 is like break the bank for Rob. I don't think it is, but anyway,
We'll
Rob.
figure it out.
Yeah. So Rob, I think Rob will be there, and then who else? Is that it?
Laurel?
Oh, and
I
then
think you mentioned Laurel.
Laurel said that she is planning to be in the area that day because her mom lives nearby.
Oh, nice.
So we were talking. She's like, I'd love to like stop by and drop in on the game on Saturday, but I don't know. We'll see. I feel like she's. I don't know. Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, she's been going through a lot and
Yeah.
doing a lot. So
And then Ilya was like, I can't do it straight out. So,
yeah,
and
which is
then
a bummer.
yeah, we'll see about Jay. But then it'll be interesting because we'll have Stu there. So I'm kind of almost like here's what I'm almost thinking. Like, I almost want to go back to Locke. If it does have that much Dunium, and the Empire knew that it had that much Dunium, then Dala probably knows that it has that much Dunium.
Mm.
And if the Empire attacks, I think, uh, I think that Nim may contact us and or like the people that we left in charge of the mine
Yeah.
contact us. So I don't know. I honestly really feel like I like all the things we've done, but Dala is such a huge threat that we've kind of ignored a little bit. So, and maybe it's not our job to stop her, but
I mean, we're just a small group of numbskulls roving the galaxy.
Well, I don't know. I still am like trying to figure out the best way to like expand into like a small. I'm like I have so many. We have so many ships in our group, and extra ships. So like, by us I mean you, me, and Bota.
Yeah.
Like, how can we turn that into a business, or like a regular fleet? Where we can either use that to fight people or use it to, explore things like, hey, go check on the Lumini pirate base. Let's form like, you know, D squad or F squad. Like, go do this for us.
Yeah, and have like I feel like there's like RPGs where you can send out people like your subordinates or your NPCs to do this mission and have like a role for like success or
You
failure.
absolutely can in first edition D&D, which is great. Like, it just doesn't exist in Star Wars. But I mean, I don't know. I really am trying to think of like, I have this many transports. Like, should we be smuggling? Like, should we just start like these are all smuggling transports? Where like we have Tabana gas. Like, where should we be smuggling Tabana gas where we can make the most money?
Yeah. And who? How do we select those people?
Yeah.
Send out emissaries to a couple planets and then determine rates and then run regular smuggling operations.
I mean, there's just transporting things. Like, the
Yeah.
whole point is like you would. Yeah, I don't know. I've been thinking about it. It's like, okay, we'll just smuggle this very legal gas that I can sell on the free market. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know how to. It's like how do I illegally smuggle this thing that is very legal?
You find groups that the New Republic doesn't necessarily like, but are sympathetic to causes you support and smuggle it into them.
Hey, maybe we can smuggle to the Tapani sector.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. I always feel like, so I know that we paused it right in the middle of the Hell's Anvil, but I literally wrote this all down in a Google sheet so we can keep going back to it. But I also was like, I was like, at like one of these missions, I'm like, I just want to invest like maybe, I don't know, 1,000,000 credits, in like a CD or something on Coruscant. Like, I realized how much I've had 1,000,000 credits for like 5 years now. And I'm like, shit, if I just had invested that 1,000,000 credits and got like at least a 4%, or I'd assume 6% is healthy, 4% in a healthy economy. If I got like a 6% back, I'm like, oh yeah, if I invested 1,000,000 credits, I could have got a 6% back over the last like 5 years. I could have done a safe 4% withdrawal rate.
Yeah. And then reinvest it, or use Jay's knowledge
Shagging your taxes.
of taxes and money to determine, like, hey, what are the safest or what are the best ways to spend my money, and then, develop a percentage from there and roll to kind of gamble your credits to say like, okay, I'm putting these in the stock market. What kind of return do they get? And then how long does that return take?
All right. So there's, if you're in the Hell's Anvil, there's still two things to get through if you want to get to the cockpit.
Right.
There's also,
So,
if you're looking around, you need to roll your search again if you want to see if Boba Fett got this far.
28 again with a 3 on the special.
Okay, you can see that there is footprints in the dust. So you do know that Boba Fett got this far. If you're looking at dust, you can see that there's a lot of disturbed dust at the bottom of the ladder that you would climb up, that is right in front of you, that would lead you to the upper gantry. And if you climbed the ladder, stepped on the upper gantry, and looked in front of you, you'd be right at the doors that would lead you into the cockpit. But the very bottom of all of that, at the bottom of the stairs, see there's a lot of disturbed dust at the bottom of the stairs.
So there's this skeleton in one of the cells. Nothing in any of the other cells. One other cell.
No, nothing.
And there's
Yep. And you could see footsteps. You assume it's Boba Fett walking towards the ladder, and then at the bottom of the ladder, a lot of disturbed dust.
Let me pull.
Are you still carrying the stick?
Yeah. Yeah, just pushing my way forward with it. Is there anything of interest on the data pad? Like any?
So data pad is more of like a way that you could walk over to and raise or lower the gantry. Well, I mean
The ladder.
The ladder. It could open up the cells. It's more of like a foreman's control of things rather than like an actual computer access waypoint.
Gotcha. Other than, so is there anywhere that there's dust that it doesn't look like anybody's gone? And is there anything around that area that looks like it might, or looking for something that might cause a little bit of a fight or anything like that?
Completely to the left, completely to the right. There, it looks like, there's been nobody on near the cells for a very long time.
Is there any way to see if there's any record of the cells themselves, like when or how long the doors have been opened or closed or anything like that?
So if you go there and you start like punching in cells, they'll tell you when things were checked in. So you can see. I think it is 32 BY was the last time someone was checked into one of the cells.
In a hot minute. Is there any track on last time any cell doors were opened?
32 BBY.
So that's it.
That's it. So I guess at that point it was, what is that now? It's 40.
It's like 43 years ago or something. I think
yeah.
around 11. So it seems like does it look like the footsteps, like there was a scuffle at the bottom of the ladder?
I mean, yes.
I guess there's only.
But there's only one footprint.
Yeah. I'll move the branch that way and then kind of like off to the side, kind of move it. How high's the ladder?
The ladder, maybe 15 feet.
I'll move the branch. I guess it'd get like maybe like 8 or 9 feet up the ladder. It's like high enough that I can, it's long enough I can reach forward with it and just kind of see if there's any response to it as I move it up the ladder.
As soon as the branch hit the ladder, it gets shocked and catches on fire.
Doggone. I'll stomp it out. So with that, does it look like somebody might have like climbed on the ladder and fallen down?
Yes.
And there's no controls to do anything anywhere. Yeah, I don't see any sort of controls to kill anything.
You don't.
Can I do a search down here for like a kill switch on that?
Yep.
Be a 28. 19, 5 on the special.
You look left to right. You see a bunch of cells. You see the dust on the ground. You see the footsteps. You see the disturbed ground directly below the ladder. The ladder itself, after you touch it with the stick, it lit up for a second and goes back to looking just like a ladder. You look around, it still seems like just a ladder, but you know that there's it's going to shock you.
Yeah.
But you don't see any sort of switch or any sort of thing that would turn it off. And it's about 15 feet, maybe 12.
Maybe break off
10 to get it to the next level.
The walls are closing in.
Well, I'm trying to think like the ship itself. I think it's probably like maybe just over 10 feet.
Yeah, I got you. Let me see if I can break something off and toss it up into up onto the gantry and see if there's any response when something lands up there. Something with enough weight that it'd register, but light enough that I can get it up that high.
You can throw a stick up there unless you've grown attached to it.
I mean, I'd have to break off a piece because I'm imagining something big enough that I can kind of like sweep it in front of me, effectively. But like break off a piece with enough weight that I can chuck it up there and see if there's any any response to a pressure sensor as it sets down.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to search for something around you, we'll search, or you can just break it in half, break the branch in half, and just throw it up there.
I'll take a look around to see if there's anything heavy enough. That's a 21. And if not, I'll break off a piece of the branch and chuck it up there.
Yeah, there's like some sort of tackle box.
Chuck it up. I just want to know if anything triggers when it lands up there with that extra weight of falling down onto it,
So you throw it up there on top of the gantry, and nothing turns on or electrifies, so you're good.
All right, I will jetpack up there. Whatever they're called. I have rocket boot things with that. That's mechanical, right? Yeah.
Yep.
18. That's pretty good.
That's fine. You're just going up like 12 feet.
Yeah.
All right. So you jetpack up a little bit, jump over the railing, and you're up on the gantry. On the gantry itself, right in front of you, is the entryway to the cockpit. To the left and to the right, looks like there's 2 doors on the right, 2 doors on the left. And right in front of you is it looks like the door to the cockpit, and there is like a little panel in front of it.
Man, I wish I had my stick.
I'm
gonna open any doors randomly. Just some closed doors. I already looked, and I mean, I guess these aren't cells. They're probably might be like a sleeping quarters or something. I'll pull out my vibro dagger and kind of like see if I can open up a door, see what happens.
Okay, so if you try to open up the cockpit, and it just makes a sound when you try to open it.
On the what's the is the console the same as the one outside the ship?
No, it looks
similar.
It almost looks like a mini iPhone type thing with like a touch screen
on it. Are there any footprints up here?
Roll your search, because the other ones weren't. While they became apparent, they weren't immediately apparent.
That's 22.
Yeah, you do see that there's a couple of footprints on either side as well.
Do the doors look like they've been opened and closed since kind of the original dust showed up or not?
Nope.
Is there anything I can do on that control console thing?
I mean, it does look like someone may have, touched it, in the last 40 years, but it does not look like. I mean, you could mess around with it.
Yeah, I'll take a look at it.
Cool. It looks like a biometric scanner.
Is there any way to get around a biometric scanner? Do I have anything in Montros's on me?
I mean, if you cut off M1's body parts, not putting it past you.
And what kind of biometric scan does it want? Like a handprint looks like?
It looks like a fingerprint.
I presume that this means that I need Montros's fingerprint.
You've got a couple of ways of getting it, which is a weird
thing
to say.
I mean, like, the easy answer is, yeah, I could cut off this guy's hand and...
But you see why Boba Fett was like, here you go.
Yeah.
To Bota.
Okay, I don't know of any way that Katira would know to bypass a scanner, but for something to do with Montross, or M1 rather. I don't know if she has any like disguise kits or anything, because I would think that somebody that likes to pretend to be other people would have some idea that you can do like fingerprint masks and things along those lines.
You absolutely could.
But she doesn't have that stuff necessarily.
But now you know how to open this door, or what you think you need to. I mean, you think you know how to open this door now, and you know how to get it. And we took those disguise kits, so you could all. I mean, you weren't there, but we know in game you can replicate those.
Yeah. I mean, if you have Montross on her ship, what do you do with a dead body? Somebody you hate, you know?
I mean, it sounds like a very Katira problem, but now you know. I mean, you could do whatever you want at this point. You could, check mark this, or earmark this. Come back with M1's corpse, or get M1's corpse to give you a fingerprint, scan or whatever. Use that. What do you call it? Like a skin, whatever we did.
Skin graph, yeah.
Yeah, graph, and then you could get in as well, or you could tell Bota, but you also haven't checked the other 3 rooms.
Well, that was originally. I was like, she'd see if she could do any of the other doors look like they've been opened, as the footprints go towards there, and the doors look like they did open, or they had been open. Like the air pushing around dust or whatever.
Yeah.
Let's take a quick peek in them.
All right. So there's 2 on one side, 1 on the other. One is Montross's old room, big bed. You can see there's trophies everywhere, and it's kind of gross. The trophies themselves are like heads of people and species. You can roll your streetwise, but spoiler alert, some of them were like famous people that he ended up killing, and just sort of keeping their heads or part of them as rewards. The roll your search or streetwise, whatever is higher when you're in this room.
31.
Oh,
that's
okay.
a lot of
31. So as you're looking in the room, it looks very distasteful. It actually is kind of horrifying to think that this person was who Bota was cloned off of, because it almost looks like a serial killer who hung trophies up in his room.
Checks with chart. From everything I know about this guy's clone, he's just as terrible or worse.
I mean, Bota would never do this. Like, imagine if Bota
I mean M1.
Oh, I mean, yeah. Well, I guess M1 M1 would, because it's all M1 wanted. But yeah, imagine if Bota, every time he killed someone, he's like, I want to take their ear, and I'm gonna hang them up in my room. Okay, so you notice. So one thing, if you look around, near the ceiling where the walls hit the roof, there's a band around the walls that are sort of all in Mandalorian characters. Roll your Mandalorian knowledge again.
21.
All right, well, you already got the 31, so you're already sort of drawn to this for your sort of search. You notice out of all of the Mandalorian characters, that there is one that is a fake symbol.
What's it look like?
I mean, it looks like a Mandalorian letter, but it's not.
Does it? And it does. Do the other symbols mean anything around it?
No, it looks like you're seeing like A D C Y Z, and then all of a sudden you see one that is not an actual letter, but it looks like the other letters,
I'll
stylistically.
I'll depress it with the butt of my vibro dagger.
All right. So you press it, and the wardrobe, sort of at behind you, sort of at the foot of the bed, sort of splits in half, goes to the left and to the right, and then you see a set of Mandalorian armor and weapons.
Is there? Could I take a gauntlet and see if I can depress that on the scanner and see if there's anything on there?
Well, what do you mean?
I mean, like take a glove piece and see if like I would assume that he goes into his cockpit fully armored, so maybe he can use his gauntlet as a scan as well.
Oh, interesting. I'm gonna roll for that because I hadn't thought of that. Maybe. I mean, he actually took off his armor a lot. But I'll roll for it. You can try it.
Apparently, he took it off as he butchered bodies. I had to keep this clean.
I mean, he was someone who actually here. I mean, if you look at his armor, it doesn't cover his fingers. But I'm sure he had like a full gauntlet. I'll put it in Discord real quick, or I'll send it to you. But I mean, I'll roll for it. I mean, that's literally how Bota looks.
Oh, I gotcha.
Okay, yeah, you want to use the gauntlet?
Yeah.
Go ahead and roll a d10. 8 or up in the gauntlet works.
That's an 8.
Oh, it works. You're able to access the cockpit.
What's in the other rooms?
So you have you. So one of the rooms is looks like sort of like a torture slash.
This is fun.
Like a anti-medical bay, and the other one looks like more engineering and access to the engines and everything.
All right, let's go in this cockpit.
All right.
I'll toss the tackle box in the cockpit first.
Nothing happens.
All right, I'll walk in with my dagger out.
I mean, you're there in the cockpit. It seems more like, will this thing turn on? It's been sitting for 40 years.
Yeah. Was there anything in the room that might be like any recordings of his voice or anything? Like there's an audio recall or anything?
There could be. You didn't really check the computers in any of the rooms, but
take a look at the engineering and see if there's anything that might be of use for like diagnostics or anything like that.
There's nothing that records his voice. you can tell that he was not very technically inclined. Like things do not look very good in there even before going into disuse.
And there's no footprints around.
Nope.
In the cockpit area, I presume.
Fed did not get in there.
Is there any? I mean, I guess I could try and see if I can see what happens if I freaking maniac. Can I put his helmet on?
You could, yeah. It's
sure.
Interestingly enough, it is the you can tell the armor itself looks just like Bota's, with the only difference being that Bota Z wears black and red armor. The armor that you find is like a very, very dark blue and red. And the only main difference is that on the chest of the armor, there's like a red rectangle, sort of painted but not filled in on the chest. Otherwise, it looks almost exactly like Bota's. But yeah, you could put on the helmet if you wanted to.
Yeah, I just wonder if anything, like, if it, I don't know how much boots up within a helmet. Any visual spectrum that I can see that I wouldn't be able to see normally.
I know we have armor weapons. Sure. I mean, yeah, you could put it on. I'm trying to think of how it would give you advantage walking through the ship.
I just like any, if it's got any like, macro binoculars, visual spectrum adjust, anything like that I could utilize that would show any other controls or symbols or anything like that.
Not right now. But you can keep it on. I mean, it's not hurting your vision.
Yeah, I'll keep it on and take a look in the cockpit and see. I'll put on his gloves.
Okay.
Which are probably big on Katira.
Yeah.
And I don't know, take a look at the like the difference in the chest plate, that blue and red. See if there's like anything that was like it wasn't filled in, like maybe there's something that was being covered up on the breastplate portion of it.
It does look much more sloppily created. Like, yeah, it looks like. Here, I'm putting in, sending it to you right now. Looks like that. Oh, hang on 1 second.
Like that.
Hey, sorry about that.
No, you could.
So tell me real quick, what you're wearing the helmet. What else are you wearing?
The gauntlets.
2 or just 1?
If they're too bulky, I'd put one on my non-dominant hand so I'd be ready to do anything. But
No,
I'd probably put them
they're
both on it first.
Mandalorians, so they're not bulky. They feel pretty light.
I'll put them both on if it feels like she could still utilize a vibro dagger with them.
Yep, you absolutely could.
Yeah, so put them both on and I don't know, kind of like take a look at the armor, rub off kind of like that space where it looks kind of a little bit different on the chest plate there.
Yeah, you can roll your Mandalorian lore for that.
Roll 20.
It's gonna be really tough, but
26 with a 6 on the special. So 20. It was 25, 26 with the exploded die.
Okay. You know what this means. So this red rectangle is a sign of dishonor, and you could figure it out. You could think. I mean, we can go into it more later, but you can sort of think, hey, if there's 2 sets of armor, there's one. This is probably his. And I don't know how this fits into Mandalorian lore, because it seems like they pass on their armor. But he has 2 sets of armor. The one that he wore later in life and died in, and he seemed to not wear a helmet, and it was stripped down armor that he wore a lot later in life. And then the armor that he wore earlier in life, which he seemed to sort of keep in a pedestal here in this ship. And that armor had the symbol on it of, which is a full-on standard Mandalorian suit. The only difference is the colors are a little different than both what that picture Montrose that I shared with you and also what Bota has, but just slightly different.
Yeah. But no signs that of anything to do with the ship itself.
Nope.
All right, let's see what the control console does.
Okay, so you get into the console. Go ahead and roll your search as you enter.
20.
Okay. You do notice one footprint in the dust. Maybe Boba Fett did get this far. As you approach, you see that there's. It looks like there had been 2 chairs to sit in, and one had just been like torn out. Imagine like a car where someone just decided to take out like their passenger seat. So there's just the one sort of off to the side. You do notice. Let's see. There's controls for the weaponry, and there is sort of like a little hollow puck sitting near the like above the controls, and then above the controls there's also like almost hand carved like It almost looks like someone made like a tiki thing with I don't know, almost like a string of things. It seems odd and like cheerful to sort of have like sort of these things here. But underneath all that, there's like a little hollow puck.
How big's the footprint?
It's the size of a person.
Small person?
No, human-sized person. I mean,
How fresh?
adult-sized person.
Real fresh or
Like the
older
others.
than? Hmm.
It's just one, is what you can see.
Just one entering the room, like somebody stepped in and then turned around.
It looks like someone stepped in it, and then maybe rubbed their foot back and forth a little bit, slowly but not. Slowly but not uncontrollably, if that makes sense.
There's been no signs of anything else living in this ship since I got here. No sounds.
Yep, no sounds.
I'll position myself kind of hiding a little bit, like behind the entryway, like just inside the door with a weapon ready. And play the holopuck's like on the dash.
Yeah.
See what the holopuck look. Can I look around and see if there's anything that might looks like it? There might be something that would like a blaster that might come out and shoot.
I mean, you can roll your search again. Or even
Just for
yeah, or even Mandalorian lore to see if like there's traps they would put.
all right. So 30 on the search and a 19 on the Mandalorian lore.
No, you do not see any secret traps.
I'll place my foot there.
You do see, it looks like there's these tiny heads with this little string tiki thing, and you do recognize that some of the heads are shaped like some of the clan symbols, which seems sort of a playful, weird thing to be in the middle of this place. Like they had made like clan symbols into little smiley heads.
If I place my foot kind of where that footprint is in there and shift back and forth, kind of mimicking what it looks like that was doing, do I notice anything?
No, but you can right the way that you're angled now is directly in front of the hollow puck.
I'll kind of again hide myself just inside the door so that if somebody jumped in behind me, I would be ready. But I'm also close to the door to GTFO and have the hollow puck play.
Okay. So you turn the hollow puck, and then an image of a woman in maybe her 30s, maybe her 40s, sort of in rural villager gear, is smiling and she's holding a little girl, and they're both waving. And then you hear them start to say something, and it cuts out.
That's creepy.
They're both smiling, happy, and waving.
But nothing else happens?
Nope. You're not sure if it cut out because it's old or if it just cut out normally at that point.
Pause to listen. Look around.
Nothing happens.
The holopuck. I imagine it like shrunken heads on hanging over the rearview mirror.
I think it's kind of in between that and like if he asked someone to like carve shrunken heads out of wood. That's about right.
Do I recognize the woman at all?
No, just looks like a random person who is. It looks like someone who is not part of the New Republic, not part of the Empire, like a random woman from some backwater world.
No noise, no nothing. Somebody stood here, placed the holopuck there, and walked out.
Maybe.
It's terrifying. Let's start this thing up. Am I going to kill Katira right now? If I go back to the kind of engine data, does it look like everything might be in somewhat working order?
It is. So you're going back and looking at the engines.
Yeah.
You have to roll your technical or your starship or space transport repair to know how bad it is.
So like I'm like running a diagnostic kind of thing.
Oh, okay. Well then roll. I mean? Let's just go random with it. Roll a d10. The higher you roll, the better the condition the ship's in.
9.
All right. You roll diagnostic. Everything looks good.
And it doesn't look like there's anything off, anything weird. Would it be like a what kind of roll would it be to see if there's anything that's been done?
Like the engines are like out of tune a bit, where like if you started flying it, like it would limp to one side. Astrogation's all off. Like there's a lot of minor things wrong, but if you were to jump in and just decide to start flying, it would absolutely do that and not fight back.
But it doesn't look like there's anything. Nothing looks like there's anything wrong. Like that, like anybody put a trap on the ship. Like these people were waving goodbye to me as I blow up in a ball of fire and death. Boba Fett left this for Bota. He wouldn't kill Bota.
Boba Fett has a. They have respect for each other, I think. He wouldn't tell. I mean, he wouldn't send Bota off to his death, but he wouldn't.
He expects that Bota can handle himself. Yeah.
Exactly.
Is the footprint in the cockpit the same size as the footprints that were probably Boba Fett's?
Yes. They look the same size.
Are they the same size as Montross's?
No. Montross and Jango Fett had very different builds.
Gotcha. I'll bring kind of the auxiliary systems online and see what goes from there.
Okay. Everything seems to turn on. Ship looks like it's ready to go.
Bring on the engines.
Where are you? Are you still in the engineering room or are you back in the cockpit?
I presume that I got to be in the cockpit to start bringing everything online.
All right. Roll your base dodge.
I'm gonna spend 3 character points to go from 5D to 8D because I'm terrified. That's a 24, which is good because if it had been 5D, I would have got a 1 on the special.
Wow. Oh, by 2. All right. From directly below you, a droid that almost looks like a small crab, but it's a droid with stretching arms, falls. It looks like it was aiming for your head, almost like an alien facehugger, but it falls between your legs, and it falls right to the floor behind you, and it says, "You, I'll kill," in sort of like a high-pitched, shrilly droid voice.
And it looks like it's getting ready to attack me.
Oh, it's 100% going to attack you. It just said, I'll kill, in its sort of weird voice. It looks almost like an alien facehugger, but a droid.
I will try to stab it twice with the vibra dagger that she had out.
All right. So, this is, now that we're in combat, you dodged in your stabbing twice.
Yeah, so is this 2 actions
Yes.
in addition to the dodge? So this is a 3rd action for it?
Right.
Alright. What I say? -3 for the dodge. Okay, so normally this is 0. So everything's at. So these actions are -2. I'll spend 2 character points to bring them from each to 5D, from 5D to 6D. Attack twice with the vibra dagger. That's a 17 and a 26 to hit, with a 3 and a 6 on the specials.
Ooh. All right. So what are your totals?
17 and 26 to hit.
All right. Okay. Well, roll your damage twice.
Yeah, I'm just gonna double check. I think this is a +3 to strength, but I want to make sure that I don't give the wrong damage on it. Strength +3, so her strength 3, so 6 and 6. 21 and 30. 4, 6, 6, 5, 3, 6.
Okay. This thing falls from below your head. It feels like it's trying to land on your head, and then secondary, it tries to land on your lap. You dodge out of that, falls between your legs. It screams at you, you, I'll kill. And you reach down, you stab it twice, right in the center of it. It starts sparking, smoking, and says, and you can see its sort of like legs sort of crawl up like a dead spider, and says, Montrose, and then just turns off, and is dead.
I freaking hate this shit. Up above, so it fell from up above. Does it look like that there's any other areas around that would house anything else like that?
Honestly, yes. Looks like they're all over. Roll your search.
Goodness gracious. 20.
Yeah. So there looks like an exact place by the by where the seat was taken out of, like the passenger seat.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like there's like the same sort of like rectangular area in the ceiling, sort of over to your left, which is, so you're sitting down as if you're about to drive the ship. To the right is where the passenger would be in the ship, and there's no seat there. And then further to the right, there's like a secondary communication sensors. Like if you wanted to jump over there and touch like a control panel. For you, you're in the captain's chair, in the pilot's chair, controlling the ship. And to your left, there is another little area where maybe a droid would be able to slot in, and there's also a control panel over there, but above, maybe like where a droid or another thing would be, there's another rectangle. So there's two rectangles that look similar to the one that dropped down on you. One's to your left, very close. One's to your right, also pretty close.
I will draw my Katira doesn't have any nice lightsabers, so she'll draw her a lightsaber and first kind of bring it on. Can you bring a lightsaber on kind of low to almost like weld the hatch, the opening closed?
Which one are you gonna do first, the left or the right?
Is there noise coming from either?
Roll a d6.
5.
Oh yeah, there is noise coming from the left.
I'll start with the left.
Okay. As you start doing the left, you can hear like a noise where it sounds like a chattering, and then it starts moving. It says, "No, no, no, no," and then you start welding it in there.
And then I'll weld the right.
Roll a d6.
Oh, 1.
Roll a d6 again.
No. 6.
All right. This is going to be very interesting. Okay. So this face hugger droid drops down from the ceiling, and seeing the lightsaber and everything. Also, you're wearing the helmet.
Mm-hmm.
Says, Montrose, we did it. Let's prepare for our next phase in your plan, oh master.
I will. Does this thing like skitter around on 4 legs or on 6 legs or
8
like a
legs.
crab spider
Yep.
thing?
8 legs.
I will nod to it.
Mm-hmm.
Does it move towards me, away from me? Over in some other direction?
It jumps on the control panel on the passenger seat.
What's it do?
It says,
Just
yes. All our foes have plotted against us. It's been a long time. It's been so long. And it's time for us to take revenge, right, Master?
I will nod to that. Yeah, definitely. Just nod.
And says, yes. Time is now.
What is it? Can I tell what it's doing on the ship?
It looks like it's helping you turn the ship on. It's going through pre-checks to get the engines working.
All right. I'll watch it run through pre-checks. And do either of the cubbies, do they look like they go into the ship, like they could cause damage if they were in the ship?
I don't know. I mean, it does kind of look like a Jeffries tube. So yeah, I mean, if you had, it seems like they would have access to other areas of the ship.
Is the one that said no still kind of clacking around at the entrance there?
Yeah, it seems like you could see someone like Montrose, like this would be a good way to, if you had a couple of these in the ship and they had access to the ship and you had control over them, like they would be a good backup to always having control in the ship.
Yeah.
And it seems like this one, I don't know, seems a little talkative.
All right. I will as it's doing its startup checks, kind of like have my lightsaber at the one that I welded shut and just bring it online to burn a hole straight through the middle of the one that's stuck in the cubby up above. As the other one goes through the startup and everything like that. I don't trust that one still.
Okay.
But this one likes me.
So it stops for a second and looks up. Honestly, it looks like a crab, but with longer. I don't know. I'm imagining actually like a. I wrote it down as imagine a face hugger with Dr. Octopus legs. So it says, yes. EFV 3 is always treacherous. And then it goes back to hitting buttons.
3. I don't know if that's the high number or the low number. I don't know if it's going to respond to me talking or not. So I will have the vibro dagger out in case
and the lightsaber.
I'll put the lightsaber down and pull the vibro dagger out because she feels more comfortable with the vibro dagger, and she just like Katira has noticed that while Drew can deflect lightsaber or blaster bolts and Genos can kill people with his lightsaber, hers just doesn't seem to pack as much punch as her trusty old vibro dagger, and she's more comfortable with it anyways. So she likes the lightsaber, but she feels more comfortable with the dagger. Like she just can't stab the dagger through something or weld anything shut with it.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll ask, how many EFVs are there, or how many EFVs are left? How about that?
Interesting. Roll a d4.
4.
It says, "Oh yes, yes, just me and my 4 brothers and sisters."
Mm.
But you knew that from the time you got all 16 of us from Hodenide. And then it sort of turns back and starts hitting buttons.
Assemble the EFVs in what would I call that room? The medical room.
The torture chamber? Yes, master. Who are we going to torture today? It's been, and then it goes 8,961 days since the last time we tortured somebody. Yes. Do you want to? Are we going to leave the planet first?
Bring the ship to full readiness. Then assemble. Does the ship look like I could fly it myself?
Yeah. It looks like it was made by somebody who never wanted to have any sort of partners.
Yeah. And so I want them to assemble there, and as I'm standing outside the door, I want to command them to shut down.
Okay. Okay. So you walk into the torture chamber room, and there is 5 different versions of the, what do I call them? VHP?
You called them ESV, I think.
Oh, EVH. No?
There we go.
It was EVH.
Okay.
You see 5 different versions. They all look the same, but it seems like there's weird little stickers on each of the different ones. And they all look like weird little crab droids sort of sitting on the torture chamber.
And if it looks like I can run the ship without them once they've got everything kind of up, I'll tell them to shut down for repairs, kind of standing at the door control, because like the torture chamber, it doesn't look like there's anywhere to go out from, right?
You want to look up to the ceiling? I mean, there is a hatch that they came similar to the one in the cockpit.
And the same in the prison cells.
Yep, everywhere.
Great. This is a problem.
The good thing is, it doesn't seem like they're trying to kill you right now, but
yeah. Can I direct them off the ship?
You could. I mean, you could tell them to leave.
I'll tell them to leave and bring back dinner.
Okay. The one you mainly been talking to goes, yes. What kind of dinner would Master like? Meat? Raw
Meat.
Yeah, well, roll your command real quick.
Man. That's a perception skill. Right. Yeah, 60. I'm not giving myself any interpersonal bonus for robots. 18.
Okay.
And then if they start to depart, I'll tell the one that seems to be listening to me, you stay.
And it says, yes, yes, of course.
And after these little murder spiders that I can't trust to sleep around all depart, then I'll say we'll be back for dinner, and I'll see if I can get this ship up in the air.
All right, roll your mechanical plus 1d.
Okay. 19.
Okay. Lurches a little bit, but you get it up there. And then the little droid next to you goes, yes, yes. Finally away from this accursed planet. So as you lift up, yeah, you can clear the atmosphere. You can go into space.
I will make a mental note that I do want to come back for those little spider droids, but first I want to have this one kind of assessed and reprogrammed. Why is it every ship that I walk on board of, there's random droids that want to kill me?
It's just Star Wars.
Yeah.
They all want to get you.
Yeah, if I can, yeah. And I'll lie the heck away from. I just don't feel comfortable, being around that many of them. I don't trust them, and they terrify me. They think that I'm on trust right now, but this one does. I don't know if all of them do. One of them tried to kill me. So yeah.
Yep, that's the Hell's Anvil.
Well, that was terrifying.
I could have gone. I mean, I can't see your rolls, so I'm taking your word for it. But it could have gotten way worse with the very first one. With the first droid, like that one. Basically, I took that from another Star Wars adventure, and I was like, oh, that's like obviously the person who wrote the Star Wars adventure saw aliens and was like, I'm making this into Star Wars. And I was like, oh, this is gonna be great because I could have these like crazy weird droids, do this to anyone who interfered.
Oh no, and it was genius, and that so. Well, when Katira tried to steal the Skulldugger and, her dodge failed her, ever since then on my list is just base dodge. Just increase base dodge. Forget this energy weapon stuff everybody's doing. Increase base dodge.
Right. And the other thing,
You're like,
too,
roll
is
your
I was
base
like,
dodge.
oh, everything is going to be keyed to his, his biometrics. So, I was literally planning on you touching the ladder and getting shocked. But no, I think you did a good job navigating through that. Honestly, I took a lot of these ideas from D&D, where I'm like, okay, what kind of traps can I set that I think like a bounty hunter would create,
No, those are cool. And so the ladder was biometric too.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like Fett early on in his career figured out where it was, and decided to investigate, and then, came a certain way and then stopped.
So whose footprint is in the cockpit?
Oh, that's Fett's.
And he left the holopuck.
No, I think the holopuck was there.
Oh no, now I don't know who that is. It's like he must have left it for. No, he didn't leave it.
No, I think Fett saw it, and then when he met Bota, he was like, "Oh, I think I should give him. I think I should give him the location of this so he could figure this out for himself."
So those people mean something to Montross.
Seems like it. Or they did.
They did.
You know,
and they exist
40
somewhere.
years ago.
That little girl's probably a psycho axe killer now.
Well,
yeah. So,
I
mean,
just like Bota, never had any male influence in her life.
Yeah, I mean, the ship would definitely need some
oh yeah, let's actually
reprogramming.
Go ahead, roll a d10.
I rolled so well on these 1d10s earlier.
The engine are in great spot right now.
6.
It's fine. That's fine. Yep.
All right.
So I know exactly what you need to fix the ship up. But yeah, I mean the ship can fly, all good.
This will be an interesting conversation between Bota and Katira.
I halfway think Bota's gonna be like, I don't care. Like it's over.
I wouldn't be surprised. Luke was sticking around for a little bit. I was like, what's Bota gonna say about this? What's gonna happen?
Yeah, but I was like, Eve, tell me, give me the rundown later. All right, so one thing. So next mission, I've got an idea. What are but I kind of don't want to jump. Like, here's the thing: I don't want to jump into like another like huge mission cycle. Like, what are things? I mean, aside from doing what we just did, like, what are things would you want to do, or maybe you would even think the group would want to do, that are not like me telling them what to do.
I'm kind of like you mentioned, there's a bunch of like loose ends on things. Do we have a list somewhere of that?
We do. I just feel like unless we tell people what to do, like I feel like I don't know. We don't move things forward.
Yeah. So there's it is up to the group whether they would accept an invitation for a very like discreet kind of non-public ability to have. I kind of played with the idea of being knighted to House Calypso. Because that's who so it was delivered to, that was all kind of broker, I kind of presume or assumed kind of behind the scenes, because Katira had made contact with Grant and Malvesa Calypso, that she was like, well, he wants to get off. He's like, live him to.
I know the Calypso family very well because when we were in junior college, we did a D20 Star Wars campaign that happened during New Jedi Order, and I made my character be a noble from House Calypso. So,
oh, okay.
No, I just love it. I'm like, yes. I think Calypso's got a lot of potential there. So there's a reason I chose that. And we played that. We only played it maybe for a couple of months. Like 02, 03, 04, somewhere around there. Maybe like 6 to 10 sessions. But yeah, Calypso, a lot of potential there.
Yeah, they're. I mean, like I said, they're allied with the Massetti, which is the major power, but they wouldn't frown upon getting a leg up even further. But Octavian Grant's from House Massetti, and now Rem has seen them, so it's kind of like a.
I do really like. I was like, oh wait a second, I gotta get Rem in this because this is gonna be so good. Because Massetti's like, because Calypso's gonna originally would claim all credit for this, so
Yeah.
that's why I'm like, oh, this is great. You can be like, no, House Massetti was involved, and or you can pay us off to, say we weren't. Anyway.
Yeah. And yeah, so there's that. What other random? I mean, like you said, well, I know that you were thinking of setting stuff up for August with Locke potentially. There's tracking down any number of random, like, didn't we have a thing on Roll20 at some point with a lot of these things?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I've got like, it's more of, hey, I think these things would be fun to do in RPG. And then it's also sort of like, how could we sort of tie up some loose ends? But I don't know.
Yeah.
I do wish our group was more like, hey, I want to do X, Y, and Z kind of thing. And I say that a lot because I feel like our group is not that way. But I would love if Luke was like, hey, guys, let's spend this mission, going and visiting my kids. I'd be like, let's just run with this mission. That'd be amazing.
That would be fun. Like anything where you're like, no, guys, we are gonna go visit Luke's family. Or like get forced to do it. Or I think that Teimo's Palace has a lot of potential.
I'd love to go back and visit Teimo.
Revisiting Teimo's Palace.
Well, because we'd also at this point, I've tried to merge the Boba Fett's together.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, we'd probably run into Fett, but maybe not. I don't know. I think it'd be a lot of fun.
Yeah, and I mean, like, you could do a whole like running into Boba Fett, especially now that like with this little like end part, Katira's probably gonna do something really like dumb. Like, I'm gonna make all these spider droids keep running this ship. I'll check this one to see if it can be reprogrammed. I'll go back for the others and have dinner, whenever I got back. And if the one is safe for transport and thought I was Montross, then I'll make these other ones come back and make sure that we're all, and then she'll be gallivanting around in whatever way she manages to refit this armor and not be able to use it at all.
But you think Katira wants to reuse that armor, or do you think she'd reuse M1's armor?
Oh, that I don't know. Because
the thing is, it seemed like, I mean, maybe I didn't do a good job explaining it, but the second armor seemed way more personal to Montross than what he was wearing when he died, or obviously what M1 was wearing.
Yeah.
And I mean, at some level, I don't think Luke would know or care. But unless you like really like took the armor and changed it, like, I don't know. I think you Katira would probably want to talk to,
for sure,
Bota a little bit.
I think and that's the thing, right? Like, especially now, like.
But here's the other thing. You have a lot of Beskar. Like, you don't have a little bit. Like, in my head, when I was originally describing that scene, you were carrying around like a thin briefcase, effectively. So, I mean, you don't, like, if you're in the back of your head, you're like, this is my chance to get a Beskar armor. It's not necessarily true. Oh, hang on, there's a giant mosquito. It's not Mosquito Hawk. Let me get it. It's hang on. All right, got it. You know, they don't really have mosquito hawks up in Washington, and I could be wrong.
They just have giant mosquitoes.
Yeah, I was like, oh, my favorite thing was like, oh, I saw a big mosquito. I was like, oh, it's a mosquito hawk. And Aiden's like, what is that? And I was like, oh, they look like mosquitoes, but they don't bite you, and they just eat mosquitoes. And she's like, I'm not sure about that. And then I saw the giant mosquito land on me, and I was like, is it? It's sucking my blood. I just smashed it. And I was like, oh, there's just huge mosquitoes here.
This is terrible.
I was like, yeah, I was like, they went from like seeing a huge mosquito being like, I salute you, to being like, oh, you're my nightmare.
You're the devil. Yeah. Yeah, so I don't think that it's like, like, oh, she wants, I mean, it's less about whether or not it's Beskar armor and more about like making it combat armor, kind of a thing. And like an imitation is the sincerest form of flattery, like with Bota and with M1 to realize like they're able to push further than I can with, like what I've got right now and trying to learn and utilize that stuff, right?
Yeah.
So she, like it, but also understanding like I need somebody that can engineer this or like design this, like to refit it to me was kind of what I was going for. It's not, like I don't want to be this like a super character that's completely unkillable. It's just a cool suit. I don't know, it doesn't even have to be necessarily more armor than other armor, in that aspect, right?
Mm-hmm.
But like, yeah, I mean, I don't know, she'd probably have a conversation with Bota about like, hey, I found this ship, and also, who are you, right?
Yeah.
Because I don't know that like it's been mentioned like, oh yeah, Bota's he's a clone, and it's like, like you look like that dude, and you both look like this dude, and 2 out of 3 of you are freaking crazy, right?
Yeah, I don't know. It'd be interesting for Bota to sort of reckon with that.
Yeah. So I mean, I think that like you could do like just a um hangout bar, Timo's Palace, kind of like have like gladiatorial games to bet on and or compete in, or like I don't know exactly what Powen wants to do because I won't, I've only played with him a couple times, but he seems kind of down to role play and chat with random people. Chris Peterson, whether he's Rusty or Callan, kind of can do the ready to rumble or ready to gamble and drink and be ridiculous. You'd have like the RP on Bota on like what the heck's going on.
I know. I honestly thought that the like the Mandalorian last couple episodes, I thought it was going to be a little different. I was like, oh man, if they're going to do something where they like call Mandalorians back to Mandalore, I was like, oh, I got a mission in this. I was like, this is going to be great.
And I mean, like, if they very well could be too, right? Like that could be the next part of that whole story arc,
yeah,
is
I
that's
think
what
it
they're
could
doing.
Be. The second part, though, but yeah. Well, my favorite thing was so I like at the very end where he's like, "You work for the New Republic." So what I do is I took screenshots of that moment, and I've edited it into a meme where it's like, "You work for the New Republic." Well, we already have a New Republic Bounty Hunters Guild, so go work for them. Like, that's literally like I started making that meme, and I was like, oh, this is, because I think at this point in our canon, Din Djarin would go work for the New Republic Bounty Hunters Guild.
Yeah.
I mean, that's exactly what he's asking for. So, anyway, I think, I think it'll be fun. I'm gonna toss around a couple of ideas, but I guess I'll start recording it
All right.